Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Hi, everyone. Hello, state your name, please. Solmer, Chan, Lin, Jan. Hello, all. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be doing some art today. Um, Not sure how long we'll run today. I have a piece that I started earlier in the week. I would like to get it to final form, or at least kind of at the state where I'm like, all right, it's done as much as I can on stream. Because a lot of the time when I'm streaming, it's just like go, 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 and I'm just staring at this thing. So I like to kind of step away from it, reassess it like a day later, usually, well, I guess from stream, a weekend later, so on Monday, uh, give me like a chance to really kind of like look it over, see if I'm happy with everything, make tiny tweaks, and then upload for final kind of like implementation. Um, but yeah, today the goal will be to take something that I had started earlier and render it out, hopefully. So we'll get ready. I have my little gremlin here, Charlie. She's uh, often accompanying me on stream. Anytime I start chatting to the void, she loves to hop on my lap and help me overheat because it's always very warm in this corner. But today, I have an unfinished bagel on my desk, and she is a little bit obsessive. So I'm just gonna have to scoot you off. Sorry, girl. Alas. Yeah, she is like someone who will steal a pizza slice off your plate if you give her enough time. The difficulty for her is she's very slow to try and steal something. Like she'll hide behind a monitor and like reach her paw out like as slowly as possible. So like maybe I won't detect the movement. And she'll also do it while like squinting her face because I think she believes that if she can't see me, I can't see her. So it tends to fail. I have to literally be like off doing something else for her to actually steal stuff. But that is, yeah, she will not hesitate um, once she finally reaches the thing of interest, usually only an inch away from her face. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so I'm just gonna jump into it. Today we are doing a trap skin. Um, so we have the thanks to Ronza newly upgraded Chrome Slumbering Boulder trap, and we have a new area that will be coming out. And we're doing kind of just a series of like cool trap skins for things that you might want. Um, and I don't want to get into like what the other ones are, but we do have a theme going on, which I think is very fun. And I'm excited for you to see all of those. But let's jump over to where I'm at. So um, you might be able to guess what this depiction is. I hope that with it kind of rendered out to this degree, that is something you can solve. Um, but I am kind of portraying a little Red Riding Hood fable here. So I'm still kind of like solving the sketch here. Like I have color blocked in, I have stuff kind of laid out, but I'm not totally happy with kind of like everything. Like I'm like, oh, maybe I want the window on the other side of the bed. I kind of want to have like an axe hanging on the wall, stuff like that. Um, but yeah, so basically today we're going to be rendering this out. Also, I think I need to make these bedposts shorter for where this appears to be having the blanket drop on the base. Now that I'm looking at it, it looks like the base is like floating. So either I need to make the bed sheets kind of like drape lower, or the leg posts need to kind of like be chopped up. Um, Terry, too bad you guys don't make the skins able to work on both Chrome and regular version of the trap. It would make sense, or it'd make one feel skins are much more worth the investment. Um, I totally agree with you. This is actually something that we are kind of like figuring out. It's not something we can do currently, but I know that like, and we've talked about this before, and I don't want to promise anything, but we have plans. They are just unfortunately going to take some time to get to that state, but like this is something I'm going to be championing for sure because I totally agree. I really want that to be the case. And so like we're we're kind of like doing stuff around that, but it's packaged up with other things. It's kind of more complicated than it sounds, stuff like that. So it's not something that we'll be able to deliver anytime soon, but like I and other developers totally agree with you on that. We would really like to like have that possibility, because yeah, I mean, there's a lot of situations where it's like, oh, this is like still the that trap effectively, but now I literally can't use like any of these really, cherished trap skins. Part of what we're doing is we're just making sure to kind of like fill in that roster, but at the same time, like each trap skin's unique. So if you have one that you really liked off of an older version of a trap, it's just kind of like unless it's you're using it during an event or something where the power isn't as substantial, it's something that just kind of ends up, you know, in the closet and gathering dust, unfortunately. And I have like other ideas around kind of like really making that something that you can kind of like use in different ways, but that's not anything I can talk about or like we have plans around specifically. But in terms of like being able to use a trap skin you get for the base version, an upgraded version, the Chrome version, stuff like that, uh, you're not alone on that. And yeah, I think that's something that will hopefully you know improve, or like give capacity for players to have access to. But again, that's not something we can do anytime soon, unfortunately. But yeah, I hear you there, and I agree. Okay, so I guess I want to drop the blanket down to. Well, either I could. I don't want the blanket like dragging on the floor necessarily. Um, I think where it wraps. Let me actually just pull up my perspective kind of thing here. And here's kind of like how I can kind of check to see how far off this is. I guess I don't need it in the perspectives folder. I'll just put it up here. Okay, so if I draw a line, ooh, that's a very chunky line, a little too thick, I would say. Okay, so if I grab this corner and take it to that corner, where it touches the base of the base, that's actually kind of like at the edge, right? So that would be effectively where the inside of this blanket would be prone to land. If I follow this along here, and then I kind of like Superman see through this, boom, that's kind of like the dimension of the base here, this three-dimensional kind of form. So technically, if I want this blanket like draping, it would only just be kind of like touching the surface here. So my early sketch, I actually had the bedpost, like the legs way shorter, so it actually did work closer to, how this would in three-dimensional space. But then, yeah, I extended the bed leg because I just felt it filled the space better, stuff like that. So that kind of never got compensated for. So I think I do want to extend the blanket a bit more, have this kind of like drape down here. I think that would make more sense. So this would be the blanket. Let's just grab this purple and we'll have it go to here, let's say. technically it would kind of like, because it has volume and thickness, and it would kind of bunch up and get shoved around, it would actually go past the line probably quite a bit. So maybe there. And it's actually kind of neat because the cheese will be over top. It'll add more layered depth to it. Make the bed bigger, maybe. I could. I want it to feel like a little old cottage. So they're not going to have like a huge bed necessarily. But I don't know. Also, it would scale quickly and kind of like fill the space fast, but let's see. Okay. So I'm going to have it bunch up at the bottom instead of where it is currently. Something like that. It'll look better when it's actually filling in all the other checkers. The quilted squares, whatever they would be called. Okay, drop that a bit more here. Seems fine. I'm gonna lower this here. Also, these are just placeholder colors. I don't really know what I want the final pattern to look like. But I think that's more of a finishing detail anyways. So as long as it kind of conveys the idea, I think that's fine. Okay. So that feels a little more... Let's hide this perspective guides, thank you. Alright. And the sketch kind of... Get rid of those wrinkles there. Gonna add them back there just so we see the idea. Okay. Charlie, quit trying to steal my bagel. You're very cute, but it's not gonna work. Nope. Nope. Okay, so I think that looks a little more balanced. Visually, not necessarily, like in terms of the structure and three-dimensional forms, that seems better. Lighting and stuff, totally unresolved. I was thinking it could be neat if light is pouring in from the window, and that's kind of like setting the kind of like visuals. Because it could look really pretty if done well. Right now, it's really just kind of like blocked in rough. Lighting conditions are like nowhere near where I think they would get to, hopefully. So I would love to transform it into kind of like, you know, what I think I could get it to. So we're going to really kind of like darken the whole scene a lot and have like little droid Riding Hood have like a glow from the lens and the window and like the kind of like eye crystal thing. And if those all kind of like help light this, you know, cottage, could be neat. Uh, I guess if I have the light here, that does help with the base lighting. It always, like, each base kind of has this light source coming from like the top right, because that's just kind of the general lighting angle for the trap. Um, so we kind of have to account for that unless we add shading over the base, which often ends up happening. Which skin is this? Is this for? It is for the chrome slumbering boulder. So it currently, I think, only has one trap skin, and yeah, I think it'd be fun to have this one. And this would be coming out with kind of like the next permanent area, as I understand it. That's the wrong color. There we go. Yep, exactly. Adding some sunlight shining inside towards the bed. That's precisely the kind of idea I was thinking of, is like have this kind of like really, you know, at best like almost candlelit room, but then sunlight coming in from the outside and kind of like revealing forms and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Make it dark and the light from the drone shining on the base to light it up. I think that we could influence it a little bit with that. Like, I've often put kind of like shadow over top of bases and then like added a different light source, and it does play relatively well with most bases. Some bases have their own like kind of internal glow, and it maybe looks somewhat more artificial, and you can't do certain kind of like layer effects, right? It's kind of just generally getting to use the a normal kind of pixel overlay with transparency. You can't necessarily have, you know, like, oh, these pixels have a glow effect, or you know, cool like layer effects. Um, we can kind of do some layer effects, but they have to be like individually kind of like, okay, this PNG, when it's laid into this view, add that, you know, layer effect to the whole PNG kind of thing. So as far as I want to take, you know, lighting and stuff like that, you can't with the way the system is kind of like designed. It'd be like you, I can do those cool, you know, effects on a static flat image, but then it just is kind of put out as a normal uh, image with no special effects applied. That probably made no sense, and I'm sorry. Uh, okay, so I guess what we could do is just like, I'm still kind of in the stage where I'm like, yeah, maybe I want to solve some of the forms a bit better, but at the same time, we could just start kind of like adjusting the lighting and tackle things as they come up. So I'm gonna go like fairly dark. Like, I want it to be like an old cottage, wooden walls, wooden floors. Um, so let's do like just a gradient across these, just to like really. It's probably, I don't know. I'm kind of bad at picking colors a lot of the time. I want it to have like warmth, but let's see. Let's do a clipped layer. Let's get some texture. That's a nasty color. Probably normal. And corners like tend to have more occlusion in them. So let's do a bit of that. We'll ease up on it, I think. Something like yaw. Okay, so this color is not it, but we'll just keep playing around and see if we can figure out the color that we want. And like I think I want texture and stuff too. Um, like for the floor, for example, I want it to be slats of wood. For the walls, is it a like log cabin maybe? That could be nice. I feel like it should be a log cabin actually. All right. This is very how the sausage is made kind of stream I expect. Let's see. I'll get rid of that. Can turn on the perspective grid again. Because if I am dealing with kind of like, I'm trying to create an inside structure, I should probably use perspective lines to make it look good. Goodish. A poster on the wall. Oh, that could be fun. What would the poster be? Like, I wanted to have something with an axe just because of the story, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. Little Red Riding Droid could just have an axe in her basket. Why not? Okay, so I am. Maybe I'll do a multiply layer here, and we'll just use something like this. Okay. We'll do better on that. That's just kind of placeholdery. Okay. Just to kind of get an idea of what I want. Wrong spot. Do that there. Yes. All right. And with a log cabin, those would actually be stacked offset because the way that the logs interlock, right? Pretty sure that would be the idea. Oh my god, Charlie, I am sweating already, please. Like, she stopped trying to go for my bagel, but now she's just melting my lap. Okay. Do that. Do that. Alright. Good enough for now. Alright, Charlie, sorry. It is too warm. Too warm today. I know you like just slow roasting, but I do not. Oh, my lap is just so sweaty now. Sitting cross-legged in shorts with a warm cat, not great. A wanted poster on the wall. I like that. A mouse running outside the window. Could be a fun little Easter egg. Chrome slumbering trap. Yeah. A gaga mouse. Yeah. It's like Halloween poster. That was fun. All right. Denim would fit in nice with the log cabin look. Oh, one puggy and two Shih Tzus, all of them big. Oh gosh. Yeah, I have two cats and a dog, and like they all have their own quirks, but like not overlapping quirks. I could imagine if like all of them are just like, let's just amplify this one thing. Like if all animals were like, I'm just gonna get on your lap and we're just gonna like pile on, and like even in the dead of winter, you'd be like cooking under them. I mean, it'd be pretty darn adorable, but also yikes. Yeah. Anything under the bed sticking out, we could totally do stuff like that. Absolutely, absolutely. Like I mean, that's why I was like, this will be a fun one to do on stream. We're gonna figure out fun things to put into this as I attempt to actually finish the piece. You know? All right. So we'll definitely put something under the bed of some kind, I think. All right. Don't need to look at the other traps. I do need to look at the floor. I want to change the floor to be not that. It's just like I just need like a simple wood color, and I'm just like picking like, pumpkin, right? Pumpkin seems like a good floor color. All right, turn off perspective guide again. I think the shadow is like really important to helping this feel not insane. This looks insane. I feel like um, sometimes when I'm painting, it it I kind of like fall back into the feeling of like first learning digital painting with like Windows Paint and or like MS Paint and a mouse and just the kind of like blocking in chunky things and and I'm like I can do better than this, right? This is uh it's gonna look better in the end. I swear, right? It should. I hope. Oh gosh. Um, and I know it will, but sometimes you get like a little bit of a just kind of like panic of like this is looking not how I want it to, and I really hope this ends up working out. Uh, so yeah, that's just where my brain is at right now. Okay, so let's give some dimension, I guess, to this. I should actually look up like how the heck does a log cabin corner look? Like, are they lined up? I don't think they are. I think they're offset. Let's see, log cabin inner corners. Let's see if that reveals. Yeah, okay, so it is. Yeah, just well, okay. I guess it depends on the build. There are definitely a lot of variations, which does not surprise me. But yeah, I'm thinking classic old school, like literally they just hewn some trees and cut some kind of like channels in them so they interlock, dropped them on each other. There you go. So yeah, zigzag kind of effect makes sense. Oh yeah, having like a bearskin rug under the base or something. Hmm. Do my cats follow me when I take my dog out? So, when I actually come in from a walk, sometimes Charlie will like dash out the front door. But thankfully, I'm in an apartment, so she just goes out into the hallway of my floor, looks panicked, and kind of like doesn't know what to do. And I just kind of stand there with the door open, waiting to see what she'll do. If she just wants to like go explore the hall or whatever. And like sometimes it'll take so long. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna let the door shut, and she'll let it shut, and then I just a second later open it, and she like darts back in, like, whoa, that was scary. But I don't know why she's like, I gotta go out there, and then she has no idea what to do. But yeah, she also just like wakes up, goes into a corner of a room, like right into the corner, like the corner we're trying to solve right here. Look up and just meow for like minutes. Like she's just hanging out, chatting with her ghost friends that love hanging out in like the corners of a room. That's Charlie. She is a unique, precious child. She's something. I love her and her single brain cell. I think I'll use my occlusion brush for this. I mean, it's kind of what it's designed for. Basically, I made a brush that has like a very intense, um, like center, and then it really quickly falls off, but it also kind of like really slowly falls off. Like there, it's like a logarithmic kind of curve looking, thing if you were to plot out the opacity of it, if you will. Um, and it just kind of like creates a very good, shadowed corner effect. So it's something that I kind of like learned years and years and years ago when I took like an advanced lighting course for painting, and when I kind of like learned that about kind of like how lighting and occlusion works, I was just like, all right, I need a brush that can do this, and it's really quite a nice brush to have in the old toolkit. So I guess I can actually attempt to show you what that looks like. If I go inside here and go here, see this? Like, it looks like a starburst almost. Like, so basically, I made, a drawing, and then converted it into a brush. But yeah, there's just like a solid dot, and then it just kind of like blooms out, and like the actual pixels information goes like all the way out here. Like that's how smeared out it is. But it's basically if you took you know, a glinting star in the sky or whatever and turned that into a brush. That's kind of the idea. But yeah, it's a very, very useful brush for kind of doing fairly natural feeling lighting, or shading rather. Less so with light, I guess, but maybe you could use it in the same way. Okay, so again, I'm not super pleased with these logs. I think I'll come back to that. We'll get like knots and some kind of you know wood grain or whatever we want. Excuse me, don't need to paint like that. All right, there we go. Just trying to use my smudge brush. Um, but yeah, give it like actual wood textures and stuff like that. That should help. All right, so I want to get the floor resolved. Let's jump to that. This is the floor. We're gonna put a clipping layer on that, and I guess we'll pull up the perspective guide again, because here we go. Let's do a every other line. Now, this is the kind of thing that I'm like, this isn't something I should be wasting time on. But you know what? It's hard to not. When I have like the guides ready to go, I want a particular look. It's just, what are you gonna do? Just follow through, I guess. Hello? That one seemed like it was kind of not quite right. I don't even know if you can see these guidelines very well on stream, because I think the video window kind of is a little shrunk down compared to how I see it. But hopefully you can see what's going on pretty effectively. Yeah, basically I just have a perspective kind of grid that was set up, and then can basically just go around and start at. Oop, I'm gonna use my line tool just because holding shift and all that isn't necessarily something that I need to do to get this to work. Also, if you're new to my streams, welcome. Expect that I will just be rambling to myself all day long. because that's kind of what my stream is. So if you're in for this, awesome. Welcome and hope you enjoy. I'm going to set this to multiply. I'm going to tone that down. But yeah, this is pretty much what I do. I unfortunately end up ignoring all the incredible suggestions from chat until I remember, oh yeah, I should look at chat, and then I'm like, wow, these were amazing ideas. I am really dumb for not implementing them. And then I try to force them in sometimes, and they're a lot of fun. But yeah. Okay. Do a nice short piece. Probably do things like altering kind of the, the boards may have like different tones to them, stuff like that. But like we really don't need to go that far with it. Also, interesting. It feels like they're getting wider and narrower, and that doesn't seem great, right? Like these boards back here are much thicker than these here, so yeah. When this grid was set up, it didn't really kind of compensate for that. Oh, you know what? I understand what's going on. So these grid lines are more of a vertical transition as opposed to a horizontal one. So it's like keeping consistent in if it was like a vertical slice going sideways, not a horizontal going down into like back in perspective. So I need to be aware of. Can I turn off different layers in this? Maybe I'm just using the wrong one. Okay, so this is the base stuff. Okay. Darn. Okay, so I don't think there was the like X, Y, and Z. It kind of it has them all, but like not entirely. So I just need to. I wonder if I could actually flip this. Yeah, I might be able to. If I duplicate this, turn that off, go and flip this. This might be a terrible way to do this, but let's just see what happens. I pretty much always on stream discover a way to kind of like do something different that I don't tend to do normally. And it usually maybe sometimes works out. So we'll just see what happens. Okay, so we're back to the floor. We are now going to be looking at, let's hide the other lines that are just kind of confusing me. Okay, so problem with flipping already. We're not necessarily having the same vanishing point because it's like a 2-point perspective grid. And if those points aren't in the same spot, it's not quite going to work. Also, this gray is probably set up the same way, so it doesn't actually account for going further back horizontally. So if I blew up the base kind of is. Yeah. That might be the way to do it. I'm like, this is so unnecessary what I'm doing, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry people who tune in to like have me spoil interesting details about the game and then I just kind of like go off on some weird art kind of thing that no one cares about. I don't know. Maybe there will be spoilers if you really stick it out, but I'm not going to promise anything like that. So this is the base. If I explode this up, am I gonna get some grids to work off? That'd be really swell. Also, I gotta, like, moving it, it changes where that point is. So this is just not a smart way to do this. There are perspective tools built into this drawing program. If I really wanted to, I can use those. I don't really want to that badly though. But like, no, look how bad this is. So like, the floorboards are so narrow and they widen out so much that it just is not correct. These boards are not right. We'll try again. We will try again. You know what? I guess let's try learning a perspective tool because I don't use this. I don't. I tend to just freehand, and I kind of know how to make things look how I want them to. But I'm talking about like, hey, you can use these tools. So maybe I should actually figure out how to use these tools and not just pretend that I know what I'm doing. All right, so let's see. We have. Where even would those be in here? I know they exist. It's just something I'm like I never use them. Literally never have used them. Um, I'd have to maybe even look up a guide. So this is a terrible idea because I'm like I want to finish this illustration. We're talking about like a level of detail that I'm like, don't do this. Don't draw individual floorboards, Jacob. Don't. And I'm like, no, I gotta do this. I have to. Okay. Where would they be? Maybe a ruler kind of thing. Um, let's see. Like, one way to do this, and this is kind of how I would normally do it, and it might be the way to do it today. So I don't have to, like, you know, kind of learn a whole new thing live. Would be to kind of like make an actual kind of like, okay, I'm going to put this further up. How much do people like tune in to watch me like just lose my mind and do dumb things and just like fumble around and be like, this man has been doing this professionally for 17 years. Uh, like this is you clearly get to join me behind the curtain, the Wizard of Oz. Um, okay, we can dash line this just to get an even spread. But like, how many of you are like, this is amusing, like to me, just because, just seeing how, you know, he's just figuring it out, kind of level. Like, is that a thing that people are here for? I don't know. Um, okay, so there's like so many better ways to do this. Legitimately, really, I'm going to do this, and let's skip two, and let's skip two, and now we're in a dance class. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Pirouette and all right. So my idea is I can basically grab these corners and just smush them into the perspective that I want. Hup, hup. All right. So, and like basically the tool that I know exists, I just don't even remember where to find it, is basically it makes creating this a breeze, right? Like that's what it's for. All right. So we'll just kind of like move this around until we're like, yeah, that looks normal. Doesn't look broken. I should turn on. Ah, okay. I'd have to apply it before I can turn that on. Let's turn this on. Turn this down. Wrong layer. Turn this down. And try again. Okay. And one, two, three. Yeah, vanishing point perspective is exactly the concept that I'm kind of like replicating with this, right? I just know there is like legitimately like a tool built into Clip Studio that is just that. You like put a point, drag it, and like adjust rules, and boom, laid out. You can even kind of like snap lines to it, all kinds of fun stuff. I'm just like, I I can find that, but right now I feel the pressure of like an audience, I guess, right? Like generally when I'm like wanting to do a new like learn a new tool that I'm less familiar with, I will actually kind of like look up guides on it, you know? It's a smart way to do it. It's a really good way to learn. Um, Good old internet university, right? Um, okay, so this I just need to pull that out a bit more. But like the guide that is already here, like we have a grid that is like already using those point perspectives. It's just that the floor one does not kind of like go space itself out on a horizontal plane. The like grid going to the right, it is kind of like a vertical uh, segment going to the point perspective on the right. So it just spaced out things in the effectively opposite way. But like, see how like wide the boards are closer to us, and they go narrower further away. That is how that should work. So that should be a little better. And I'm just gonna move that a little bit like that. It looks fine now. All right, close enough. Do I want them to be kind of like tighter boards? They're pretty wide. We're talking someone who built a log cabin. They're not going to, you know, the box store and buying thin slats. They're like quartering trees and getting the max lumber that they can out of by hand. So yeah, they got wider floorboards. Lovely, lovely. And let's now do that. We will set that to multiply. We will drop the opacity. We will turn off the perspective guides, and we will move that down, 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 down to the floor layer. And wipe our hands clean. Boom. Right, that was the previous one. So you can see narrow close, wide back. And the idea is that, yeah, it gets narrower to the right, wider to the left. But this is a little more accurate to the kind of perspective that we're working with. So hopefully that made sense. All right, and now let's just kind of put some more slats in. And again, I'll turn on the perspective for this. We'll use our line tool and just kind of bloop, bloop. So, how's everyone's day? I'm doing some like just map stuff. I'm doing like a M1K solo map, and just remembering how frustrating the uh, um, oh shoot, what is the name of the location now? I always get these kind of mixed up. The like Whiskerwood's Rift. How if you like leave it alone for too long and don't have your taunting charm ready in time, you reset all your progress, and you can't just like make infinite um, of the kind of Black Widow cheese kind of thing. So you're kind of like, okay, well, I want to get close enough to equip all the right things at the right times, and then you end up going to bed and wake up and be like, well, time to do that over again. Whoopsies. Also, like, the actual, like, interface could be a lot more friendly to kind of like, hey, this tool exists and you can craft this, or purchase it. Um, like remembering that I can get taunting charms from the King's Arms is a pretty nice thing. But even knowing taunting charms exist, HUD doesn't help you. My gran says your voice is soothing and it helps her sleep because it's her nap time. And I said to her, I can't say that, but I said it now. It can't be unsaid. I appreciate that. Thank you, James. And have a lovely nap. Uh, I I am very pleased that I have a soothing voice. I like that. Um, like I enjoy kind of trying to fill the space with just talking about what I'm doing. I know some people are interested in the art practice side of things, and when I'm kind of like explaining what I'm trying to accomplish, in case people are learning or have knowledge and like seeing kind of different angles on it. But also just a lot of people who tune in are just you know player of the game, tangential to kind of like the community, and just are like, well, here's something to have on as a podcast, if you will. So yeah, it's kind of nice being just someone to have on and ramble in the background to just fill the space. Nice. Are there objects on Little Red Riding Hood's basket? Right now, I just have kind of like a concept of just like a little blanket, but I kind of figured that could be something that you all could kind of like give ideas on. Because it'd be kind of fun if, you know, we like put something in there and, when you're looking at it in general, you might not notice that detail, but if you were here live, you'll be like, oh, I know what's in there. So I figured that could be a lot of fun. Okay. So get rid of that layer. We're gonna have more kind of shadows and stuff, kind of making this space work. But for now, I'm just gonna really, really quickly block them in to give us a concept of them. Again, like I really need to establish the lighting and the mood, if you will, because I think that's going to really help to get this rendered out. I kind of have a concept that I want to achieve, but without the lighting, it doesn't necessarily land. I think this is all trying to kind of understand the possibilities of what it could be, but it's hard to like I don't picture things in my head the same way other people do. So like I have an essence of what I want it to be, if you will, but I can't like see it and describe it. But I just know that I want there to be this like really kind of like the piece is almost more about the lighting than anything. Um, like it's got a story to tell, it's got a mood, and it definitely is going to be more in the shadows. So yeah, I think the step I want to take right now is I'm really going to take the atmosphere down, and then that'll give me room to introduce this drama through lighting, and I think that's a really good next step. Even though I feel like the image is like not resolved, right? Like I feel like stuff needs to be maybe kind of like scaled differently or redrawn or whatnot. The posing maybe will change, but for some reason I'm like, I think it's important to get this lighting figured out. And I don't know why that seems like it's more critical than having a good uh, base drawing. It's interesting. It's not normally how I kind of tend to tackle an illustration, but here we are. I'm going to follow my gut on this one, and we'll see where it takes me. Okay, so I'm going to basically drop everything down in terms of value, because I think that'll be the fastest to get there. Yeah, and I don't want it to be like dark and foreboding and scary. I think I want it to be like, no, there is sunlight kind of pouring in, and there's like a dusty haze and kind of bloom in the air because it's like an old kind of cottage. I didn't want to say moldy, but yeah, just like an old cottage, right? So let's just drop even a brightness layer on this and just see what happens if I just kind of knock that all down. And again, like, I like to kind of start works where I fill everything in with more of a kind of shadow pass. Like, what does this all look like in shadow? There's still ambience to it. There's still enough light that you can see the three-dimensional forms. But if you were to kind of like ignore, um, a main spotlight, something that's casting light directly on it, what does the room do to everything else? What kind of light does that bounce and softly kind of fill the forms just to like give you some dimension to understand what you're looking at? So that's kind of the concept. In fact, I'm going to drop this. Hello? Am I on the wrong layer? Nope. There we go. Just going to drop that down more. Again, I'm like, okay, if we turned off the lights effectively, but there was still lights bouncing off of surfaces, what's gonna happen? That's the idea. So these are all gonna be fairly dim. And then it'll be neat to like start adding light onto all this. I think. I think it'll be a fun way to do this. Fingers crossed, as he says that. Okay, so let's just kind of put all of this into more shadow. And I think we'll lose forms, right? And again, this seems wrong for building up a structure of an illustration. So I'm really kind of just hoping this is the right way to get there. But I think when I start to kind of like layer in the lighting, we'll start to see why this could work. So we'll see. All right, so we got like a bonnet. Why is that not painting? Oh, there we go. It's all quite dark. All right, let's see. I have no idea if this is actually a good way to do this. I've done this kind of thing before, and it worked great. But for this particularly, we'll find out. We shall find out. The fun thing is I really do like to, try things that I'm not confident are a good way to do it live on stream for an audience. Um, the stakes are higher. I don't know. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's a choice, I guess. Okay. So I'd say we're kind of at the area where we've blocked in a little bit more of the atmosphere. Let's say these windowsills could use a bit. And these, I would say, are definitely going to be darker, because they have the light kind of coming from behind them, right? I was also considering having the window be open. we can try that later. The beauty of digital art is uh, layers can be changed and pretty easily transformed into, a different format. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm thinking, do I want to go around? Do I want to kind of like tweak the kind of shadows, which is part of how to do this technique, where you kind of like make everything kind of like shaded using atmospheric lighting, right? Where you kind of actually have the shadows fully established to the point where it's like realistic. Oop, didn't mean to actually erase that. Um, I don't know if that makes much sense, but basically if you do all the shading first and then you do the lighting and you kind of like fill in where light kind of overtakes shadows, then it can kind of like really get a realistic kind of lighting scheme pretty rapidly, and more realistic kind of like endpoint than you might expect. So I think I'll do a bit of that. I'm gonna actually do I turn down the sketch all the way, or I think I'll just tone it down a little bit. Yeah, alright. So we're getting filled in with shadows. An air conditioner on the wall. Mmm. Maybe the wolf is a lichen mouse. Yes. Perhaps a wall lamp on the wall would look nice if the lighting is poor. Yeah. I think I like the idea of the main light source being this window, and then we'll fill in with more kind of like point light that have like pretty strong fall off. Like candles have like they're a single light source from like a point kind of. Well, they actually have like dimensions. So they but anyway, they're small. They don't give off a lot of lumens. They fall off pretty quickly, right? Because if you kind of like look at how light travels, it's technically an inverse square law. So if some light source is like literally a point in space and it's radiating out in all kind of like in all axes as a sphere, if you will, um, if the intensity is 100% intense at that point, as it falls off, it like very very rapidly those kind of like rays kind of just end up spreading out. uh, there's way better ways to explain all this, but the idea is that like light sources can fall off very fast, and so like a candle would, whereas like a laser is all the photons are kind of aligned, and so they keep traveling in a straight line if they're super aligned, and like a spotlight takes a light source that radiates out, a bulb that radiates out in all directions, and has mirror kind of surfaces that re-angle those photons to kind of like be more kind of you know traveling in a directed path, and then also like a spotlight is going to kick off a lot more light, so even though it also falls off over great distances, it has way more lumens to kind of like get there. But a candle, a little tiny cute kerosene lamp or something like that, it's in the right kind of like atmosphere and settings, it'll kind of bake a room in light, but like not strongly. So yeah, all to say, lighting is fun and complicated. Uh, okay, let's let's see, what can we do. So I like the idea of this window kind of being the light, the main the main light. Like often when you're doing an illustration, you want like your key, your main light that kind of dominates the piece, and then you have fill lights or like secondaries that kind of like help to create mood, help to kind of reveal forms and all kinds of things. So we will want, let's say, like a nice warm light coming in from the window. And one way we can try doing that is actually having visible beam kind of coming in. And the reason that that might happen in this situation is because it's like a, dusty room. So there's actually little motes, particles in the air that the photon kind of hits and scatters. Hence, you can actually see the sunbeam in the room. If it's like a clean air room and it's dark and there is light kind of shooting sideways through it, if there's no particulate for that light to bounce off, you're not going to see that beam of light. It's like if you go to a music show and they have a light show, they'll fill that kind of like arena with fake smoke, because all those tiny little particles is what lets you see those beams of light. If there wasn't any of that in the air, then there'd be these cool like light show lights just swirling around, but like you wouldn't see them. They'd just be hitting whatever surface they reach. So a nice old musty cabin with lots of dust floating in the air, you're gonna get these lovely sunbeams and kind of like sparkly motes of light. So what we can do is we could do something like a add glow layer, and just kind of let's just really see what happens if we do this. Okay, so now we have God beam light just absolutely wrecking the like it's actually cooking surfaces in here, which is really fun, right? So this is a bit extreme, right? But like you can kind of see what the concept is. So we can pull that back, I think maybe the way to pull it back is actually taking a clipping mask layer and just actually starting to erase it back. Right. Now, one thing we can consider is what is this light source shape, distance, and because what matters about that is, and I'm sorry if I just like go off on art theory and stuff. I hope people enjoy this. But the idea of like a diffused light and a point light is really important for actually determining what the shape of the light ends up becoming when it goes around a form. If it's like a point light and it's super far away, like the sun effectively is kind of like a point light, but it actually has shape, it will cause sharp shadows, like cast shadows they'll have a very crisp edge to them, because like all the light is coming from one tiny point. And let's actually show this. So if you have like an object and you're kind of blocking the light, you're going to get kind of a shadow back here, and it's going to be all this is in light, all this is in shadow, right? But if you have a wide, and that's like a light source that's close up, so you get this kind of like widening thing, right, where the shadow is bigger than the object. If you have a wide or diffused light, like sunlight going through a cloud would cause diffused light, because the cloud scatters the light, and so you have, and we're looking at this sideways, so please forgive this. You have the light kind of back here, it's shooting into this cloud, and the cloud is now scattering the light all over the place, right, because it's just bouncing around. And so if you have an object here, and you have light coming from here, and light coming from here, and light coming from here and here, like the shadow is going to be below, but it's going to be kind of smeared because you get some of the shadow being filled in from this side of the cloud or this side of the cloud or whatever. Um, I don't know if that was a good representation. I don't know why I drew it sideways. I could have, made it make more sense. Like, here's a cloud, but um, you're welcome. I don't know. What am I doing? Okay, so I'm going to nip off a corner of that and widen it. But basically, the sun, without being scattered in clouds, creates sharp edges because it's not a wide light source. In a office, you have those like overhead lights that are kind of like big tiles and panels. Those create soft shadows because the light is just coming from all kinds of angles, and yeah. There you go, I guess. Okay, so let's start kind of like hiding this light. We'll have surfaces. Grabbing that, and I mean, how we can do this is we'll treat the beam as a separate pass. We'll do this pass as just surfaces getting kind of bombarded by the light. So actually, the way I would potentially want to do this would be having it clip to those objects. It's generally not a bad way to do it. So if I were to make this a normal layer, and we're looking at only the big bad wolf, oh boy, I can already foresee how I'm kind of making this more difficult because I'm doing the shading on a layer above everything else, and that's never very fun to deal with. Let's tone that back a lot. But you know what? We're doing it. I feel like this happens more often than not on stream now, where I'm like, I'm going to regret this. I don't like doing it this way, and I know it. But what we can do is we can kind of like do a quick kind of pass on how we want the light treatment to feel, and then kind of copy those down onto each of their respective layers. Right? But this is a pretty effective way to create cast shadows where they kind of like can block the light onto each other. So like this ear might be casting a shadow against that wingtip. The tail will be interesting because it could be kind of fur, if that's how we want to interpret this character. I think it would be fur. So we'll have some deep texture scattering happening in that. Also, where that beam kind of actually interacts is going to be, you need to have three-dimensional kind of considerations, which is an interesting one. Okay. Brighten it up here because we're going to get like direct lighting on some of these surfaces. Whereas where they turn away from the form, you get softer shadows, right? Where like the form is rolling away from the light instead of having a cast shadow kind of cast onto it. It can kind of turn away, and so like the more steep the angle is, the light just isn't able to hit it as easily. Again, I'm like not super thrilled about doing lighting on a layer above everything. It's good for doing like a general kind of pass and kind of like figuring things out, if you will. Okay, so I think the bed frame here, the headboard here is going to cast a shadow there. Don't know about on the knuckles. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to kind of drop it down onto individual layers to just make this resolve. Okay, so something kind of like this is the mood that I think could work. I'm actually thinking I kind of want the angle to be a little more top down because I want little Red Riding Droid to get some of that light on her hood too, because I think that'll look good. So my bad for not even kind of like aiming the light in a good direction in the first place. So let's see, can I actually just do this? A wider light, sure. So something that I think is a good lesson I learned, and I've probably talked about this a lot as well, is justifying things that are unrealistic, especially when it comes to like lighting in illustration. I used to be like a stickler on like, oh, that's inaccurate, therefore you should never illustrate it if it's inaccurate, because like, why would you want to paint something that isn't realistic, right? Like you should make something that looks correct and follows, just kind of like the laws of nature, because that just makes it better. Um, and as much as that is true to a degree, I need more light over here if I'm going to do this. Um, it's not wrong, but uh, I think that there is a lot of value in kind of like pushing things to kind of like read better. So it might not be that like light would necessarily get into that corner and that edge to like be able to describe that form. Like I might be faking the lighting to like get it over there. Um, but if it means that like when you're looking at it, you can actually understand what you're looking at, or it looks more dramatic and it's more fun and interesting. This is why we're illustrating it and not like having some, photographer set up this scene to be, realistic or something. Even photography, there's a lot of that where they'll set up lights that wouldn't actually be there in a normal setting because they want you to be able to see the forms how they want you to see it. Like you get like, if you've ever gone to a photo shoot, there's like all these kind of cool like mirror flexible rings and stuff that like assistants or whoever will like go around and hold it like from the ground, bouncing the light like under you and all kinds of stuff. And it can really kind of like just transform something into, a piece that just looks good. And so, yeah, the more I kind of learn how to make lighting exciting and fun and dynamic, the more I'm like, no, 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 it like fake it, like make it, add light where it might not actually make sense, but it adds drama. It like tells a better story. It reads better. Um, so yeah, that's kind of my philosophy on it. It's okay that it's not actually hyper realistic because that's not something that this game is. It's not a hyper realistic game. It's very whimsical, very fun, very silly a lot of the time, and I think that's something to embrace with it, honestly. All right, so let's move this one down to. Oh, actually, I do want it on the bedpost. Do. All right, that's the back bedpost. Makes sense. Um, all right, cool. So this wood surface is a kind of like polished, buffed, waxed hardwood of some kind, right? So I like the idea that where the light is kind of like hitting it, or it's even kind of like reflecting specularly the light. It's going to be nice and intense on it. It kind of like brings out the forms in a beautiful way. So like the wolf in Granny's clothings here um, will kind of like be more kind of muted down, except right up at the window there's strong light, but like at the toes maybe not as strong. The bed, sheets, stuff like that, it might not kind of like catch as much light, but like this polished wood maybe has like a very strong reflection right there. And that could be good. Right now, we're doing a rough pass though. So we're going to kind of block things in to try to make it look decent. Um, and we'll probably end up changing a lot of it in time. I'm going to soften that edge of that beam because, again, like the idea is this is going to be, the atmosphere in this cottage. So it's not a perfectly consistent, thick, smoke at a light show or something like that. We're actually going to start to add in like little motes of dust and stuff in the air to kind of like help show what this is, right? But that's also just kind of like a finishing detail. We'll get to that. But I think that helps kind of describe this atmosphere if we add that in. Okay, so let's just keep going with this idea of kind of like dropping a light casting over it. All right, I've been ignoring the chat this entire time. I apologize. Oh. Wow. Yeah, I really ignored chat for a while. If it's a log cabin, it would be earth, like as a floor potentially, maybe. A spooky eye under the bed would be fun. Yeah, with the rug. That's right. Okay. All the way back to when Charlie was harassing me. Fair enough. All right. Yeah. Vanishing points. Bread and cheese in the basket. All right. So not a lot that I missed, I guess, but yes. Yeah. Honestly, if you do tune into my stream, I end up kind of going off on like at least the physics of light and photons and waves and all that fun stuff, or at least my really like rudimentary kind of level of knowledge on it. It's kind of like the surface gleaning where if you want to kind of like be able to, make light interact with specific surfaces and textures, that's kind of the level of knowledge I have on it. It's not a artist should know this. That it's kind of like I would say that some artists kind of like deep dive in different topics, like anatomy. They will be able to kind of like a lot of comic book artists know like the names of all the muscles, like especially like action, like superhero, where you got like these buff kind of cape wearing characters, and they have all these kind of like defined muscles. Like they know the names of these and kind of how they move and roll around the body, so that like when they're kind of like drawing these really cool fight scenes or stuff in the comics, like the muscles look really good and correct, and like the forms are really excellent, or they can kind of like at least they have a better understanding than I do, guaranteed. Um, Whereas like my deep dive was in kind of like lighting and kind of texture and form and stuff, because I don't know, that stuff really is interesting to me legitimately. I enjoy kind of trying to, what layer am I on? There we go. Like, I really like thinking about material properties and kind of like how light interacts with them, like diffusing through them. Um, and so, legitimately, one of my favorite seasons in MouseHunt is Egg Hunt, because we get such a wonderful excuse to just make like a small object that is more about the texture and rendering that than anything else. Like creating simple forms on a simple small object and giving it like material properties that like I get to kind of like explore, um, with kind of more focus is just a delight to me. Alright, I'm gonna lock that layer just because I don't want that getting in the way. And we're gonna put one on little Red Riding Hood. We're gonna, oh, I didn't mean to move it, I meant to duplicate it. Move that. Boom. Alright, I will not lock that. I will turn that into a normal layer. This is going to be clipped to, there we go. Okay. I was talking about something and I lost that thread. Normal that. That is clipped to the background. Good, good. Interestingly enough, I think I will only want this kind of at the floor and wall. Right? So not there. Casting a shadow there. I'm going to in fact add more of it here. I don't know what I was talking about. It's gone. But yeah, like the real advantage of this kind of layered on top lighting is you can really do awesome cast shadows. And one of the things would be like these slats in the window to kind of like have those actually kind of like layer across surfaces. So the bed, for example, where are you, bed? This one, we could have kind of these kind of slats travel down the surface. Now, the actual shape of the quilt might kind of interfere with that, or the patterning on the quilt kind of interferes with that a bit. But hopefully this kind of gives an idea of what I mean by the cast shadow that it can kind of give you. Okay, so let's jump back to the wall here. Right? So, again, like, there is an atmosphere happening here. Now, I don't think that the lighting is actually realistically portrayed like the way it would interact with this wall, for example. It's going to actually kind of like go into, it's going to bend because those logs are round. I don't even think it would hit that wall at this angle, if I'm being honest. But again, it's kind of like I just want that to be an idea that you get from this, right? And I think it looks more interesting with it. So it may not be realistic, but it looks kind of fun. But there is like a presence here. There's like dimension, and this main kind of piece, this kind of like wolf droid creature, literally has nothing done on it except just a cast shadow, kind of like helping to show you its form, kind of giving you a sense of its dimension. And so I think that's cool, right? Like it's really neat that light, using this kind of a technique, can really quickly describe all that. And like because it has a certain quality to it, it already kind of like gives a bit of a story for it. Now again, I don't think it's where I want it to get to in the end. I think I'm going to be kind of like working on top of this and painting over this in ways to kind of like push it even further. But it's very fast to have gotten to this point, which is really neat. So, could the face of the droid, of the wolf, be a droid similar to what I did with the Kingbot skin? Are we talking about the like the kind of, you know, potion seller face? Because that one was pretty funny. But I think for this, I still want it to like be identifiable as the chrome slumbering boulder. So I still want there to be this the eye. Actually, I should probably pull up that, get the kind of color. Now I don't know if it'll be chrome in the end, because I think that's gonna be a little bit more complicated for the skin. But I still want you to be like, oh, I know what that trap is. I think if I can, I do want it to have the chrome for the face at least. Okay, so Little Red Riding Hood, you need to be kind of knocked down a little bit more. So we're gonna start to kind of resolve where this light is going. And nice and simple for this one, because it's just on the top of the hood. And I think that'll really be all that it'll get. Maybe a bit of the basket. But like, considering the positioning of like being at the windowsill, it's actually going to be kind of like cut off for the most part. Like the top of the antenna would get light, let's say. But otherwise, maybe this hand. Oh yeah, the hands are actually a part of the bed. That's right. Because she's behind the bed, but I need the hands to be in front of the bed there. So that explains that. Okay, so I'm going to have that fall off there. Again, like, it's kind of like, it may not be realistically hitting that surface, but it's going to draw the eye and kind of like lead the viewer where I want them to look. So I think I'm going to have the light go over there and kind of fake it, right? So when you kind of look at this, you know, that contrast down there does kind of catch your attention a little bit. Hard to say currently because everything else about this character is not dialed in where it needs to be. So let's quickly do that. Don't need a clipping mask on this right now, do I? Why do I have that? Oh, because of the arm there. That makes sense. Come back, clipping mask. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to knock the basket down. Actually, I'm going to use a clipping mask to knock that down. Or a layer. And I can erase away to give us our form. Nice and quick. And I'll have the bottom kind of like get a bit of bounce light. Now, one of the nice things about like a dimly lit cabin in with like a strong sunbeam is off the floor you're going to actually get some really nice cast like bounce light on other surfaces. So like the bed sheet will actually have a glow down here from the light reflecting off of the floor. Now the base, I'm going to have to knock it back so that it's not kind of overpowering in this darker scene, right? But if I go here, we'll actually get some of the kind of like floor. Oop. You know, I'm going to do a layer on top of this. Just because it might be easiest. Or I could erase away that. So the idea is that we're getting a bit of bounce light off the floor to kind of glow this. But what I would actually probably prefer to do would be to add light using like, and the reason I want to add light as opposed to just kind of erasing shadow is the light that's going to bounce off the floor is going to be floor colored light, right? So instead of it just being kind of like the more sunlight color, I want it to be saturated with like browns and stuff from the floor. So let's just see what that looks like. So it's going to be a more saturated color. And like the post of the bed here will also get that kind of a light quality. And it'll fall off quickly, right? This isn't a powerful light source. This is light scattering off of surfaces and influencing others, and it falls off very quickly because lighting is, you know, like it falls off fast because of the inverse square law, right? But this post, same idea. We're going to get a really saturated quality of light. So let's, like it's combining the color of the floor bouncing off with the color of the surface it's interacting with. So we're going to get like a really saturated color, right? So that looks nice, right? There's a beautiful warmth, brings out the kind of tone of the wood there. And it just does feel kind of appropriate for it, right? We can even get a little bit of that off on that corner, just kind of expressing that, yeah, the light is kind of still continuing on the floor here, and it's giving a bit of a glow to everything, even though it's on the far side, the shaded side of this object. And then let's see, I guess the post here would also still get it on the far side too, for the same reasons, but we'll have it erase off the bottom like that. And I think that just kind of, there's a little bit of loveliness to it, right? This is the kind of detail that I'm interested in for this piece, right? Adding these warm, kind of like bouncing lights that just kind of fill forms in a beautiful way. That's what I want to find and put into this piece. I think that's what will make this special, right? Little subtle things like that. Let's get the runner here. Same kind of idea. We'll have more kind of occluded shadow and stuff because it's really not a lot of light's getting to this, right? It's kind of covered by the blanket, but suddenly we'll get that same warm kind of light. And let's do an add glow, just kind of getting that corner there. and it's a wide light source, right? So the whole floor is kind of like becoming this bouncing light source, and all the areas where like the light is kind of hitting and bouncing off, it can kind of like a photon will bounce here and there and there and there, and so like it's going to be really diffused, really soft, really subtle. But now we get a little description of that form, and it's warm because it comes from light bouncing off of another piece of wood, which kind of reflects that brown, that warm tone, if you will. Okay, so you can also get the lighting on this part of the bed. I think is very important. We're missing that. Whew, that's definitely intense. Unlock that. We want this to clip to the bed. There we go. And let's see. All right. So it's going to be non-existent for most of this. It's casting a shadow onto itself. Little red is casting a shadow here. Maybe we get some light here. That could be nice. There's just a hint of it there, and then on the edge of the blanket I think we'll have some light coming in. And that can also bounce. Oh, interesting. Okay, I shouldn't have... Let's put this to normal for a second. I want to get specifically that color. Go back to add glow. Let's fill that in and mask it away. Okay. Also, like, the bedpost, the bonnet, all this is going to be like bouncing light on everything else around it. There's kind of intense light coming in here, right? And the bounce light's a really good fill light. It's good for kind of like softly describing the other angles of these forms. I'm going to grab a darker brown for the headboard here. And like under the pillow and that little edge, super dark. Ooh, it's a warm one today. Okay. Suppose the edge of the mattress there could get some light if we want. I mean, like, there are ways to kind of like plan exactly all the angles and make sure it's actually, you know, everything's lining up sensibly. And that's a good thing to do in general, but I also think it's fine to kind of like do it by eye to the point where it's like, yeah, that looks actually, you know, clear enough. Um, it's kind of a don't let perfect get in the way of good enough philosophy, right? Um, you could 3D model the whole thing and get the lighting angles perfect and figure it all out like that. And that's, power to you if you want to work that kind of methodically. I think I want more like strong light on the bed here. I think it's just going to do a better job of helping me to describe these forms, right? Alright, so then Big Bad Wolf's noggin's going to kind of like cast a shadow across here. These hands. This big ear for all the better to listen to you with. And then we can kind of like use a gentle eraser to just kind of like be like, okay, so there's like soft forms here where it's kind of turned away from the light a little bit more, and just have that trail off a bit. Cool. Okay. So, oh yeah, and then we had kind of like the actual slats for the window, which look cool, kind of like being cast along the form. It's just a little bit distracting because it's like, oh, they very closely align with the quilt pattern itself, so it's maybe a little bit distracting because of that. But I don't know. Again, this would be easier if it was done on individual layers for individual parts, like the foot having its own kind of like overlay lighting situation. But you know what? This is a single scene. I'm going to paint it more like how I like painting scenes, where things can end up kind of flattened. And we'll just roll with it. Hope everything works out. Cool. Okay, so we are at 12:48. I didn't mention it at the start, but I do go on, if it's a long stream, I go on a break at 1 o'clock and return at 12, or at 2. So I take an hour break, and then we kind of like pick up where we left off. I have a Larry link for you, and it should be a good time. Kind of like getting to the final details of the piece, but it's obviously not something that I can wrap up a piece in 2 hours, at least one this complex. So there's still lots to go. And I do want to involve the chat more. I gotta get better at that. I haven't been doing an amazing job of it, but actually having input on like, okay, so what's in the basket, what's on the wall, what are we kind of like, what kind of details should we put in here and there, and I want to kind of like do more of that because I've not been doing it as much as I like, and so I think we can return after break and do a bit more of that. And I'm just preambling this, we're still going for another 10 minutes before I start break, but I'll always kind of like, at least for lunch, kind of catch up on what I missed in chat, and try to return with that in mind. So a lot of the time I'll kind of like realize someone gave like really good suggestion that I had overlooked, and end up trying to implement that. Also, like the break gives me a chance to kind of like reassess what I'm looking at, and can often like see how to improve stuff upon returning, which is always a great thing. What is this layer? It's the light layer, I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna merge them together. They're just getting more complicated. Alright. So we're gonna get like bounce light on, because she's like made of metal. She's reflective. We're gonna get the inside of the hood bouncing around. We're gonna get the room colors bouncing around, reflecting off her surface, all kinds of stuff. The hood I want to make darker. Like a lot of this piece here, or this character, does not match the rest of the room and kind of is distracting because of it. So let's fix a lot of that. Now, key thing is I think the hood does need to be like a really strong crimson red. I just need it to be kind of toned down. And the light is somewhat interfering, but it's supposed to. Just not quite getting the color I want, I think. We'll come back to that. I think as long as we can kind of get an idea of what we're seeing there. Any wording carved into the lower bed frame. That could be done. Yeah. Something even longtime viewers might not even remember, or like might not have been around when I was doing this a lot, is I would actually scroll people's like initials or their name somewhere in the image, and actually that'd be really the perfect place. Would be like putting like your name kind of like just kind of like carved into like the wood around. And I think we can do that today. It's been a long time since I've done that. I think it's very fun. So I'd like to actually bring a little bit of that back. So we'll do that after break, though. We'll start etching some names into things so you can kind of like look at this piece and remember like, oh yeah, I was there. Like, here's literal proof. My name is carved in here, not that you can read it at this scale. But it was something I used to do a lot. It was pretty fun. Okay, and I think I want the slats to also have boom, boom, the like light hitting the outside of them, right? Oop. Okay, and then I'll obviously get their own cast shadows. Alright, so the angle, let's try and land that. Good enough for now, I think. I actually want to get like some end grain patterning on the wood here. Could be kind of nice. Now, one of the frustrating things, a little bit anyways, about like layering lighting in the way I have is there's just annoyance when I'm like trying to like grab a color from a certain layer and add that or make selections and that kind of stuff. It can just be a little bit, oops, I grabbed the wrong thing kind of situation or got the wrong color. Hence why I like kind of doing things only in individual groups and layers and stuff like that. Right now, it might not make sense what I'm saying, but right now I'm kind of like, I have this lighting effect on a whole big folder, and that makes it a lot more difficult to kind of like select just this part and paint under this special layer effect and that kind of thing, and it's just not ideal. Let's get some checking in the boards here, I think. They were made of green wood. Green wood kind of debarked like this is going to kind of like dry quickly, and I think generally since we're using full logs, the pith would be kind of in the center here, and they're going to want to crack as they dry rapidly to that. Because basically when you expose the end grain of a board and strip its bark off, and just kind of like turn it into something, it's gonna dry rapidly. Depends on the wood, I suppose, climate, all that stuff, but yeah, getting cracks and checking, I feel like that's gonna be expected of something like this. Yeah, I think I'll tone that down a bit. Cool. Yeah, this would probably just be like, I wanted to say carnivorous tree. I'm like, that's not right. Coniferous, I think. The like soft wood, fast growing. Well, I suppose it wouldn't matter. If they find a beautiful forest and they chop trees to make a cabin out of, I guess they would want like, straight planks. So good kind of sturdy, fast growing, tall growing is probably the wood you'd want, but who knows what they made it out of? Who knows what kinds of woods exist in this part? Yeah. World building, kind of like things. It's so easy and also, personally, I find a lot of fun to kind of overthink these things and just kind of unnecessary level of detail, but can't help it. I come from, tabletop gaming or like role play games where you think about these things, and like I've run campaigns before, not well, I'm a terrible DM personally, but I like kind of like constructing entire worlds with, rules, and I kind of like something that makes it feel real. The verisimilitude behind it is still important, even when we're trying to create something that is like, actually, that's ridiculous and dumb, but it's fun and it's believable. So that's the goal. Okay, so we are at 1 o'clock. I'm going to save this file because that's super important to keep doing. Good to keep it saved. But we're going to go on a break. I'm going to be gone for an hour. I'm going to refuel. I'm going to rest up. I'm going to stop looking at this so that when I return, I can look at it with a fresh perspective. All good things. But let's just kind of quickly appreciate where we got. I like to do things like flipping. I also should have been doing this earlier, but um, turning on a grayscale test, especially when doing lighting passes. This is super duper important for kind of like figuring out kind of like, okay, how well does this read? Um, if the like the midtones are getting kind of like jumbled and messy and noisy and confusing, that's not good. We want to resolve that. So like the hand, the tail, the wall, all that's kind of like a little bit muddy. What am I seeing? I don't know. So we're going to resolve that. We're going to make that read cleaner. And again, that's another excuse to like have lighting that is kind of like maybe not fully accurate because it gives you opportunities to clarify things that otherwise are a little too unresolved. Um, but that's a super important thing to do is use kind of grayscale to check if your value structures are clean. Also, a concept of grouping them helps too to like create objects that are all in kind of like one group or another can actually help clarify things. But yeah, when we return from break, we're going to look deeper into that and start to resolve some of that. But for the break, I'll also put up a time lapse of what we have done so far, because that's always kind of fun to watch. And you get to see kind of like before I started the stream where this started. Uh, and yeah, like right from the sketch. I'm also going to put up a timer so you know. Oh, interesting. How fascinating. Okay, so we're going to be seeing a base that I worked on that was a part of this file before I took this file to work on this piece. Very interesting. I did not expect to see this in here. Well, okay. Um, there we go. So this is the sketch buildup. Anyways, we're on break already, so I'm going to put up a timer to let you know when I'll return. And when we're back, we're going to get a Larry link. We're going to keep working at this. And until then, we're going to go for 56 minutes out. All right. I'll see you in a little bit. All right. Actually, hang on. I'm just going to scooch that up. Just make it spaced a little bit nicer. All right. Try that again. Okay. See you in, oop, let's get that to all. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now I'll see you in 55 minutes-ish. All right, bye for now. Hello, 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 hello. I'm back from lunch. A whole, like, 24 seconds early, maybe? How dare. Alright. Boom, 2 o'clock. Okay. So, we're gonna get right back into it. But first, I will grab a Larry link and pass that along. Let me just, test to make sure it works. It's always important. Yeah. There we go. And pop that into the chat. Kaboom. Alright. Grab your tasty magic essence. And we shall continue our journey. Okay. So there's a lot left to do. Thankfully, where we started today and where we got to currently, it's fairly significantly different. So it looks like, we're getting close. But looking at it from how I'm seeing it, there's tons left to do. But not bad, not bad. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, you're absolutely welcome for the magic essence. Can thank Michelle, our incredible support and community manager, who is an absolute legend. Okay. Now the problem with the way I did the mask for this lighting is I had it kind of erased away everywhere. It's just it makes it more complicated to add in light, I guess. But at the same time, maybe it's not a bad thing because I can like push it even further without adding another layer for that purpose. So maybe it's fine. I'll make it work either way. Want like a nice soft down kind of look to that. This ear can be kind of like blocking the light. Again, like it is kind of a case where it's like I could be more careful with the lighting angles, and like really make sure everything is kind of pretty accurate. And like generally, I think that's the best way. Like I don't want to intentionally have lighting conditions be incorrect and bad. But at the same time, like I want to get this done. I could spend weeks on something as detailed as this, because there's just so much detail I could do. But I don't think that's a responsible thing to do with kind of how much stuff I want to get done on other parts of the game. Like it's going to be a fun, cool trap skin. I'm going to be excited to get it and equip it. I hope other people are as well. But there's definitely a lot more art that we'll want to get done. So as much as I want to kind of like spend multiple streams working on this, we should be able to get it done today, I think. Yeah, just know that like pretty much every piece I work on, I'm like, I could do better. I could push it further. I could keep working on it. And I have the urge to, which is why kind of like the way that we work, we have kind of like a, here's a list of all the art tasks. We assign them at the beginning of the week to like the artists. And generally, like you have 1 or 2 or 3 kind of like tasks to get done for like your kind of like task load. And as long as things are kind of delivered, you can kind of like decide how much time you want to spend on each piece. But obviously, you know, I can't spend the entire week on every single piece. Otherwise, things would not be done in time for release, and that would be worthless, right? All that work would be kind of for naught because we couldn't release without everything. So, it's where you gotta kind of figure out how to pick your battles. And I'm sure this is the same with like so many different things people do, right? You always kind of see the potential for being able to push things further and further, but you gotta kind of figure out what's actually realistic to accomplish. Gotta make those hard decisions. I was actually just chatting with my brother over the break. He's doing some coding projects with classmates, and he kind of ends up often enough as the team lead for these projects. And we've worked on little game jam projects before, and something that we both struggle with is like having tons and tons of like great ideas that we really want to do, and there's just so many of them that it's impossible to actually do all of them. So we got to make the hard decisions of like, well, we got to chop it off somewhere, right? Like, and the best way to go about it is like build your kind of minimum viable product, right? Like build the core features, what's required, and start with that, and then you can build features iteratively on top of that. As like once you have a complete thing, then you can kind of like even realize like what would have more value than others. Like you have, let's say you have infinite concepts and ideas for like what you think would be really good to add. How do you know what ones you should spend that time on, right? Um, and if you have a finished or like a complete like package, it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, of course. It's more just like it now functions. If you have that to start, then you can at least kind of like see, oh, if we did have this feature, it has more value in this kind of area. Whereas if you're just kind of theorizing about it, it's harder to actually really know. You get hindsight from that. All right, I'm going to turn off the sketch. Rather, I only need the sketch for the wolf. Everything else is kind of resolved. So I'm actually going to move it down and kind of like clip it only to the big bad wolf layer or group. But so for example, like I was talking about like a coding project, but in terms of like artwork and stuff, um, we know we need like X number of mice. We need kind of interface stuff. We need traps and all those good things. And so when we're building, we need to kind of like prioritize certain things that are like, these are required. But we have loads of things where it's like, ooh, I want to add like more mice because it'd be even more fun if we kind of like layered in, more kind of more variety or something like that. But like when you actually like kind of lay out the experience, that's kind of more on the chopping block. Like we need this number of characters in this gameplay moment to kind of like achieve the mechanics that we're going for. More mice might make it more fun, but if it comes at the cost of completing a heads up, system, like the HUD is critical. If we don't have a working HUD, like all these mice don't do anything because you can't play. And so yeah, like I appreciate how our team has figured out how to work, where it's like, okay, here's your assigned tasks. You get to kind of like determine what you put into it. As long as it's delivered by these kind of windows, then go for it. Push the limits on what you want, what you think would be cool. So long as you get it done by the end of the week, we can work with that. And I like that system. I think it's a good system. And then also, like, it kind of, a schedule like that provides more kind of like, okay, we're going to have team check-ins where we kind of like bring last week's progress and we share that, and then we can kind of like have interdiscipline kind of uh, like cross-pollination feedback, whatever you want to call it, where like we might be building kind of like assets for the HUD, and then once the front end guys plug it in, we can kind of like check to be like, okay, yeah, actually that needs a tweak or something like that, and then kind of like develop that as we go. So yeah, all right. Bottom of the blanket, something's off about that. I think something that I really do want to address real quick though is the base is going to look always out of place if I don't kind of like give it some kind of shadow to kind of like match this environment. So I'm gonna grab, let's see, we're gonna just kind of like overlay it. So this is the tricky thing, right? This is where having a special layer effect could really work great, because some bases have like internal glows and different like layer types could kind of let those shine through in wonderful ways, but it's not something we can do with how our kind of paper doll system of kind of like constructing a trap for viewing works, right? Like you have at the bottom, there's the base layer, the trap layer goes on top of that, the cheese layer goes on top of that, and then like interface kind of like elements on top of that. And we have those layers to work with. We don't have kind of like interspersed layers that, oh, give that one a like additive light color kind of dodge, stuff like that. But for the most part, if I do something like this, it should actually kind of like work. So I'm gonna erase away back to kind of like the direct color of the base, but I'm gonna have the cast shadow. We're gonna have like the blanket. We're gonna have this bar kind of go across here, and we're even gonna give a cross beam here, and we'll have that go across here. Oop, that didn't work. It's supposed to be erased. There we go. So now it's kind of a little more in scene. I might take this and do I want to give it a little bit more warmth? I think I do. So if I take this edge and kind of like give it like some red orange glow, it's kind of suggesting that like the light is bouncing from the floorboards onto this, right? I think that kind of looks nice. And I might lighten it up a bit on this edge. Maybe not that much. Use the gentle eraser. It's tricky trying to get this just right. Like what I'm gonna do is just try and get it to feel like it exists in this room. Having like a lost edge at the blanket is good. Even going like totally black right at that very edge could be good. Like I'm fine with some edges disappearing, because it's just gonna like turn it all into like one scene where little things kind of come out to you and are noticed. Alright, so I'm gonna occlude even deeper back there. We're getting under the bed, all the details are getting lost. Lighten that up just a bit on the edges. Alright, And now let's take a look at different bases. Not all of these are going to be kind of like the same configuration. Also, let's flip this around so it's more what you expect it to look like, to be fair. All right, so there's like, so like the deep freeze base, for example, has a lot of like glow. So this trick of just dropping shadow onto it kind of looks weird, right? It doesn't let these elements shine, and they should if it was being kind of realistic. It looks like hazy and kind of smoggy and weird, but there's that kind of like concept of a base that we saw in the playback that doesn't exist. It's like toxic sludge, pollutinum. These are old bases, interestingly enough, in this file. Like, we tweaked these kind of cutouts to fill the space because it just does not play nice with yeah, here's this again. So this is my like template base. So I should actually use this to kind of create the shadow edge. But yeah, it's I'm kind of tempted to have a kind of like general shadow where I assume the cheese would be kind of casting it, but it's a little risky, I think. But I'll try it anyways. I don't have a lot of cheese in this file either. Again, this is kind of like an older file that doesn't have tons built in. And like a lot of the cheese are floating, for example. So like that shadow doesn't work for that cheese, but I don't know what cheese you're going to be using primarily, and that cheese is just way out of place. That always has been. It's a bit awkward. So I don't want to go too far on having a drop shadow from the cheese just because it might look awkward if it doesn't quite land right. But oop. Seems alright. Can get away with that. Like, it looks acceptable enough, I think. Right. So I think I need this bar to kind of tilt a little bit more to the side here. And it's interesting enough. Many of the kind of lighting passes I've been doing as a adding light layer, and this one I'm adding shadow. So I have to like remember to kind of be like, no, I'm erasing to add light as opposed to painting to add light to this. Whereas here, I would be erasing to add shadow. So let me move this here. I just want this to have a step down look to it, right? Kind of like that. All right. And it doesn't need to be perfect. Cool. All right, back to the bases. Let's see what else we got. This is a mini base. Got the jade, papyrus. All right, yeah, we got some old bases like this. This again, a lot of these got altered. That's a very old version of that one. It's interesting. This is the original OG wood base with actually felt marker lines. Classic. All right, so there's like probably the base that a lot of people might rock with that, but I actually want to let's get the the sapphire one in here, just because not everyone has the dragon breath opal, obviously. So let's do a file object, change file, and I'm going to go to the School of Sorcery, and traps, and full res refractor. Boom. Okay. So, yeah. That's it without the shadow, right? Like, look, like it looks cool with it kind of like being this lit up glowy thing, but like it doesn't fit the scene, so it ain't awesome. Like it looks juicy and cool, but this kind of like puts it into an environment, and I like that better. It's maybe pushing it a little hard. Like we could maybe tone that shadow back and kind of let it be a little easier on it. And I want to do things like, oh, maybe it would be better as like a darken layer or a darken color layer or some kind of special effect. But ultimately, when it's exported, it just does not have that capability when it's kind of like a browser overlaying this on top of something else. So we'll do maybe like 88%. Not a big difference from 100, but just subtle enough. Okay, so that looks a lot better with the base having a shadow overlay. Just feels a little more realistic. Let's see. Let's get some empowered super brie. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure what cheese you're gonna end up plopping on here, but oh yeah, that's the empowered super brie. That's just empowered brie. I kind of want to have the draft derby on here. Not that it's a good choice, tactical and all, but it just kind of fits the theme for me. Okay, so something that really needs to happen is I need to work on the big bad wolf. It's so just actually flat. It's not even funny. It is a, let's see, where are the sketch for that? It's one lighting pass and flat colors otherwise. There is this sketch layer, but that is it. So it really needs a pass. Little Red Riding Hood also needs some work. But we can really kind of like push that later. For now, she's kind of holding her own. Where is that lens? Real quick. I should have had that glow as a separate layer. Silly me. Silly me. I could still do that real quick though. Let's see, from... Start from center. Okay, good. And cut that onto a different layer. Boom, good. Good. Okay. Yeah, so what's really bothersome is the layers outside of everything affecting the colors that I'm grabbing, that I'm swatching. And so I'm like, ooh, I want to grab that kind of like more kind of gray color, and then I grab it and it's like poopy brown. So it's a little bit kind of eh. But we'll get there. It's just why I like things kind of grouped in and controlled, like as like tiny little clusters of layers as opposed to like a big kind of like entire piece and then layer effects kind of slapped over top of those just kind of tends to make finessing tiny details a lot more troublesome. But yeah, is what it is. All right, so we're gonna work on the wolf. We've got, we're at 2:30 already. Didn't we just come back from break? Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, actually, while I still have people that haven't just kind of fallen asleep, let's get some like names kind of scrawled on the bed, just because it's fun. All right. So, who's up? Who's up? I wanna scratch a name in the post here. YX. Trevor H was here. And I'm like pretending it's like someone would use like a penknife, so you kind of like it's more like line kind of like getting a nice round can be a bit tricky. Uh, so Trevor H. I kind of want to like I don't know why, but I like the idea of just like having bad spelling, but I don't want to be like you don't know how to spell, haha. Was here that kind of thing, right? Ah, got Randall. Let's see. Oh, I need to be on a different layer for Randall. Doo-doo. It's like if you were like a kid and went to a camp or something like that. I feel like this is what they might do is like one kid will like scrawl their name in something, and then you see that and you're like, oh, I have to do that too because I exist. Um, that's just I don't know. There's this climbing gym. I don't even know if it's still around, but like when I was young in Kingston, that it had this like tower that you could climb, and at the top it had like a guest book, and I just was like, this is the coolest thing, because like being able to like leave a sign that you climbed this, you were here, is pretty cool. So I like that. It's a very human thing. And now you can be forever a part of this creation that you was here. Proof. I actually almost think that there'd be like underlighting, because you're actually going to be getting like bounce light. Hmm. Yeah, that might actually be what I would want for this. Although the Trevor one might need the lighting redone on that. Easy enough. But yeah, it actually would be kind of like the bounce light happening here. So that's cool. Yeah, like the goal is like I don't want it to be something that's just like in your face. Everyone's like, ah, that name is huge, and everyone has to bear witness. So I'm not trying to make it like super clear, but the fact that when we're illustrating it, I want you to be able to like actually see that this is here. Um, it's not kind of like distracting is kind of the concept, right? Okay, actually, yeah, I do want it to be bounce light from below. I should have done this on a separate layer, right? Like the lighting, because that would be a lot easier to correct. But here we are. It is Friday. Hello, Dallas. I know. This week went by so fast. It's ridiculous. All right. Let's do it as a separate layer, because I'm being intelligent-ish. Okay, I want to grab this like nice warm bounce color, because it's lovely, and I think it will work better. Yeah, how's everyone's week been? Mine's been pretty decent. I'm gonna be a part of a street festival tomorrow. Actually, if you're in the Greater Toronto area, come out to Koreatown. We have there's like I think it's like BIA. Um, it's something business initiative. Something. It's a like weird name, but basically it's like a bunch of kind of restaurants and shops in Koreatown kind of like put on this really big festival where you get like lots of samples and there's things to do with the family and it's like pretty dope. But I'm going to be helping to run a booth for the makerspace I'm a part of where people can come up and make a really, really simple keychain with me that you can take home. And there's going to be other things at our booth, like we're going to be, we'll have like these little acrylic kind of keychain type things where people can kind of like learn about really simple basic circuits. And they're like little acrylic keychain that lights up when you squeeze it. We're going to have like a little blacksmithy kind of thing where you can kind of cold smith a cookie cutter kind of thing, like little hearts and stuff that you just kind of hammer out. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. We did it last year. I was a part of it last year. It was pretty great. Our booth had like lineups that like it actually legitimately took hours for people to like get through it. Because apparently people like actual nice leather keychains. Not that they're like as nice as the ones that because I teach a leatherworking class. I feel like I've talked about this before, but in case I haven't, yeah, I teach a leatherworking class where we like make a proper vegetable tanned keychain type thing, and the ones we're giving out are kind of like that. They're just not nearly as finished and stitched and glued up and everything, but it's fun. But yeah, it's gonna be my whole day on Saturday. Should be fun though. Charlie, please. You're so cute, but I'm so sweaty right now. Please. I know you're stuck on my yep, on my chair. Thank you. Oh, go find a sunbeam to get toasty and whew. Yeah. No, it's hot out. And I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like tomorrow, but I think it might like rain and be hot, so that'll be curious. Hopefully it doesn't you know, negatively impact the event too badly. But yeah. Oh yeah, pair of eyes under the bed would be fun. Mm-hmm. Let's see, let's see. I did end up making these a bit dark. Maybe I'll make it a little bit stronger. If I stack that, that'll help. There we go. Yeah, it was practically impossible to see there was even something there because I kind of toned it back a little too far. But I will kind of put a bit of a grain on this board and lighten it up overall, I think. Because, like, the room is more open, and so I think I'd get more light on the far side of this. So let's do something a little more like that. And we'll get some, like, sense of there being kind of like this wood grain. Some nice, like, cathedraling grainage. I don't know. Something like that-ish. Wood grain is always one of those kind of details that's like, I have an idea of what that could look like, but I feel like I don't always do it justice. I have kind of this, like, simple stamp kind of way to do it in my head where it's just like, if I do these shapes, it'll look kind of like wood grain, but I'm not necessarily looking at reference and kind of like giving it that kind of a treatment where if I did, I might end up with something that looks more true. But like I work with wood, and I definitely see enough of it that I'm kind of like, okay, like I get what's up, you know, like these are the rings of the tree, and we have kind of like a cross section of that, where there's kind of like, you know, like you might have knots and stuff, and in particular areas for particular reasons, and like the way the cut is will determine how these look, all kinds of stuff. But yeah. At the same time, I don't think it's something that it would be expected to like deep dive and fully understand kind of like all the specifics of why a particular wood grain would look this particular way and this kind of cut and form. So as long as people are like, yep, that looks like a piece of wood that's cut into a bed frame, I think that's fine. Pull that back a bit. All right. Sure. Oh, you look like you're gonna hop back up here. Sorry, girl. I'd just kick you off right away, because I am too warm. Oh, okay, so, eyes under the bed. What kind of eyes? What is under the bed? I wonder. What kind of creature lurks below? Charlie? Love you, but no. I don't know why she's obsessive with being on my lap when I'm streaming. Like, anytime I am just rambling into my headset, like if I'm in a meeting or whatever, she's like, oh yeah, you exist. I should get on your lap. But if I'm just like quietly, watching YouTube or like doing my job or like playing a video game or whatever, when I'm not talking, she's like, eh. Alright, what kind of creature lives under the bed? I ask because they might have particular sets of eyes. Who lurks below? I mean, I feel like maybe it's a mouse, but we don't depict mice in the trap so much. We've done it. We had, let's see, there was like, I think one in the King's Arms or something like that. It's like the mice statues kind of thing. I forget where that one was from exactly, but it's like they being frozen by like a trap, Medusa style. So there is that, I suppose. Potentially more. Cat eyes. Charlie's. That's a good idea. Alright, let's see. But, okay, so here's the funny thing. If it was Charlie, I talked about this earlier, too. It would be, her eyes would be, like, just completely squinted shut. Right? Like, this would be Charlie under the bed. Just kind of squeezing her eyes closed, because she's like, if I can't see you, you can't see me. I guess maybe I can, like, make them very, very squinty. But then, at the same time, are we like, what is that? Oh, I guess they're, like, glowering. That kind of works. But do we want them kind of like a big set of eyes, tiny set? Like a little mouse. Maybe a smiling mouse. Or a nervous mouse. Hello, cat, please don't eat me. Unimpressed cat. Now, of course, cats in the MouseHunt universe are like fictional beings akin to that of dragons in our world. There are fables and stories of such mythical beasts, but no one has seen one in thousands of years. Or claims to have, at least. There is the statue of the golden cat in the middle of the town of Narnia. And of course, a lot of traps do depict these mythical, powerful beings, because why wouldn't you have your creation represented by the most fearsome mouse hunter to ever exist? First set looked like the right size. Yeah. I kind of think the squinting is funny, especially if it is Charlie. In which case, like, I almost want the eyes to be, like, entirely squeezed shut and just a pause, just slowly reaching out. But I think it doesn't tell as clear a story as this. I think maybe I do kind of try to add a little paw. In which case the eyes aren't really quite working. They would need to be, like, it depends on how I drew the paw, but if we have, like, the head under the eyes, be like that. Maybe a little tiny pink nose. And, like, a little ear. Yeah, she, like, closes her eyes and her ears kind of, like, turn back and down, and just, like, she just tries to scrunch up so much. And we get this paw just kind of reaching out. Those are the Mythweaver's eyes. It's hiding under the bed. Mythweaver. That'd be kind of fun. I like the idea that it's like, I don't know who it is, what it is. Is the paw coming from this side? This would be more Charlie, actually, to have it, like, around the other side of a post, and she's, like, looking from one side and trying to reach around from the other. I don't know, that's kind of fun. It is, let's see, let's do this. Oop. Do this. And that. Yeah. If I give the paw a little bit of that orange of her toes, that kind of makes it a little more Charlie for me. Which, if we want it to be Charlie, is kind of cute, and I like that. So let's do that. Where is she? Yeah, she's got, like, lots of, like, yellows and orange with, like, little speckles of kind of black. Being a tortie, right? So now, the thing I don't want from this is to make it like cats are real. Here's proof in MouseHunt. So I'm kind of iffy about this detail. But that said, trap skins are kind of in those weird space of kind of like make-believe, more so than the traps, which already are ridiculous and make-believe and strange. So probably don't need to worry so much about this. But canonically, I want cats to remain in that mythical tier of, like, theoretically they existed perhaps at one point, but no one's seen them. They make a great fairy tale. Droid cat, unconfirmed. I mean, we got a droid wolf here, so yeah. There's tons of droid cats. That does exist in the MouseHunt universe. But yes, currently it is my cat under the bed. If I could make her look even more dumb, then I think it would be even more appropriate. Just kind of reaching for the food ever so slowly, squinting her eyes. I don't know. I think I liked it in silhouette. Maybe just a hint. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that looks like she's being a little gremlin. Just kind of reaching for something. She's probably going to go for this cheese. She would. Silly cat. Okay, so that's kind of fun. I might... No. I'll leave it for now. It's a lot of contrast. It really is like, look at me, right? If we look at the grayscale, it's like, boom, the most contrasty thing. I must go look at this thing. So I definitely think I need to tone the eyes back. Because like I want that to be a little thing that you spot, you notice, but like it's just too much. The shadow under the bed is a lot too. Like I don't think I want it to go that dark in general though. So I think we'll improve that by kind of filling in this kind of like corner with a little more light because it's just a bit extreme. Also, your poor face, Charlie. Poor face. There we go. You lost your nose in like warm ears, but hey. It does kind of look like a mouse now. Okay. And I'm actually just going to soften the edge there and turn the shadow back on, and let's fill in this a bit with warmth from this kind of light hitting the floor. Let's do a overlay might be okay. Soft light, hard light, add. Not quite. Add glow. Glow dodge. Lighten screen. I think lighten's better than screen. Add might be best. Okay. So far, add. Vivid light's interesting. Hard mix is very creepy. Ain't gonna be brightness. Alright, so we'll go with add glow. And now let's do a lot of pulling it back, right? So what I'm going for here is we are getting a lot of kind of like light bouncing and kind of filling in the shadows. But like, I don't think it needs to go that hard. Still, the problem is that shadow under the bed is just so extreme. Maybe part of it is I have a lot of light on the sides of the bed, and I can kind of pull that back. Also, this beam that's kind of scattered across the room here, I think I had that fall off, and if I don't have it fall off quite so extreme, let's actually unlock that, set that to normal, set that to 100%, grab that color, put it in my swatch on the left, which you can't see because it's covered by the overlay. What did I have that at before? Here, let's actually undo 29%. Yeah. And then turn that back on. Unlock that again, and okay, so let's let that blast the room again. Technically it'd be down here. Honestly, screw it. Fill the whole room. Let's use this to erase where the light does not shine. Now, this spread, there we go. It seemed too dramatically angled. Now, it's a very tall window, so I'm going to pull that back. It's just I'm looking at where I have light on the floor, and if this is like the sun far, far, far away, and I mean we're hitting the wall over here, like it's a pretty tall window in this beautiful cottage. Like here's where being kind of a bit lax with the lighting is kind of like a little bit troublesome. I will make the window wider. I think that is appropriate and fine. Scatter those edges. And okay, so having this haze washes out the shadows, which is cool. It's cool, it's cool. But at the same time, I kind of want things that would drop or cast shadows to just eat up some of that intensity and let it kind of like fall off in areas, right? Like the edge of the bed here, but this is where I want it to kind of overlay and kind of wipe out the shadows. I don't know, it's complicated. I'm going for atmosphere more than anything, which really does want subtlety. If I push this more, I have more room to play with the push and pull here, right? Like, I like it wiping out the deep shadows in areas. Having it actually, like, overexposed in areas is kind of nice. Like, it has a kind of magical quality to it. A fairy tale, picturesque, kind of surreal vibe, which, I don't know, I think that's kind of nice. Maybe something like that. But yeah, like the bloom of light where it's hitting the floor and bouncing, it's just almost smolderingly kind of warm sunlight. These beams are cooking cats off screen. They're just loving it. Soaking up the rays. You'd be able to step into this room and be like, wow, Charlie is smelling extra covered in sunbeam today, roasting her fur. Yeah, so kind of an extreme effect, right? It's really punching it. Now, the worry that I have is it looks cool here, but this is not going to play well with transparency. So when it's exported, it'll probably look bad on the base. And like, it's not a subtle layer either. So that's difficult. Um, hmm. Like if I do an export of this and I show you what's going to happen and we can look at them side by side, that might be a good idea. So I'm going to give this a save. I'm going to have chunks be a draft layer. Chunks is the name of the cheese layer. Base going to be a draft layer. If I turn that off, is it fully transparent? No, I have white behind. That is a draft layer, so we're fine. Okay, so if I export this as a PNG, I will do a full res. Boom. Set this to 100. Boom, boom. Okay. And then let's open that. Boom. Okay, so this is what we just exported. See how there's that transparent kind of checker happening? I'm going to import. Create file. And I will grab our... yeah, let's grab this base. Sure. So this is positioned where it needs to be. If I put that below, you can kind of see that, I mean, that isn't terrible. Actually, I'm going to bring in the opal base too, just so we can actually see side by side how those interact. Okay, cool. All right, so if I move this here, and I flip this, and turn on that, I mean, they're not that far off, actually. It's not too bad. I expected it to be more obvious. But, like, there is definitely a difference, right? Like, if I set this layer here instead of add glow, it was normal. Again, it's going to be different, but that's kind of closer to what would happen. But honestly, that's not as bad as I expected. So maybe it's fine. Maybe we will get away with that. Okay. My goodness. It's such a heavy layer. It's crazy. Okay, so this, I want to pull that back a bit more. And then let this light fill in that color. Yeah, that works. Only slightly more washed out. Yeah, like when I've done these kinds of exports before, you can really get some wild results where just the color that you have in Photoshop or whatever is going to show you one thing. But then when like that layer effect no longer gets to apply itself to pixels below, it just ends up way different. So I'm pleasantly surprised that it's not nearly as kind of flattened out. Probably because it is actually like quite transparent still. But yeah. All right. Not terrible. Again, this is just all the more frustrating and difficult to work with because I've these like big lighting kind of adjustment things happening over top of everything, and like so the colors that I'm working on underneath them are really significantly different. So if I like grab, you know, anything and try and like paint on that same layer with that color, it's going to be like totally altered. I can do things like locking that layer and then it like stops having issues selecting the wrong color. So that's a really cool thing that Clip Studio can enable by like customizing the brushes and all kinds of things. You can tell to like ignore pixels from these types of layers Draft layer is one of my favorite things, but um, I use that to kind of like have things that I can leave on, but when I export, it just totally ignores those. Like sketching layers, the white backdrop, the base and cheese layer. Like you may have noticed when I exported, I left these turned on, but they didn't export with that, right? So you can see them there clearly, but when I go to export and hello, there we go, wrong hotkey. When I go to export this, yes, and it shows the preview, boom, those are gone, right? Pretty cool. But then, if for example I took this lighting layer and I added that as a draft layer, when I go to export this, suddenly it's going to look a lot different. Who turned the light off? Right? So I almost need like a third layer where it's like draft or lock, but like you can still make selections on it. But it just doesn't take the, like when you're swatching colors or something like that, it just ignores grabbing colors from it. Maybe there is one, but there's like reference layers is another cool type that is really powerful in Clip Studio, but I don't know how to use very well. I get the concept behind it, but ooh, that's lovely, Lauren. Sorry, Lauren just shared trap skin she's working on, and it's gorgeous. All right, let's keep going. All right, so one of the things I wanted to do was put a axe on the wall. Okay, so, but actually that's more of a fun, like near the end detail. Let's actually render out our wolf, because that's kind of important, I guess. It's kind of the main thing in the piece. Yeah, so I suppose I should probably put some kind of rendering into it at all, I guess. Perhaps might be a good idea. Also, like things like the bonnet, like we could do like a fun kind of pattern on it if we want. Also, I should have here, yeah, on a different layer. I'm gonna actually pop that off to the side as reference so I can grab details from it, because I still want to make sure it's like, okay, this is what the trap is, vaguely. Okay, so like obviously these hands are now wolf claws and wolf tail, but the fins here, let's do something a little more like this. And if it's chrome, it's actually more of a mirror finish that's going to be reflecting the room around it. So it might be a bit noisy to really pull it off properly. Yeah, we'll be getting kind of like the warm wood colors, and get like our kind of shadows being more kind of like the undersides of things being reflected, so we're seeing kind of like the colors of the underside of things, and then like ultimately where the light is just not bouncing around into that area. So something like that might be all right. Also, when we have these curving forms, we're going to actually get like lots of detail like compressed into those bent shapes. Like if you've ever been in a fun house where they got those like warping mirrors, that's what's going to happen at these edges. Is like the entire room is going to be compressed down on that fine edge as its surface kind of like bends and reflects the entire room in just one squished spot. So what's interesting is um, uh, like chrome polished surface isn't going to necessarily have these cast shadows and highlights play in the same way on the surface. That's more like a matte surface thing where um, a polished surface is going to be more about reflecting stuff off of its surface versus like the light that's directly hitting that surface. It's weird to try and explain, but that's kind of the idea. But yeah, I think the wolf itself is going to be kind of like this gray, silvery gray wolf character. Might be a good angle for it. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking I'll turn off this layer to be able to kind of play with the, or grab colors easier. Because like I can grab the correct color, but like when I go to swatch it, it looks like I'm grabbing a different color um, than I am. So this just makes it a little bit more expected and controlled. Okay, so that's a little more like it's reflecting things around the room. Maybe. What is going on? Yeah, that's what's going on. Again, like this is why I'm like, like it's not ideal to kind of like use layer way above everything else that does stuff to the layers below, and trying to paint underneath that is just messy. So like turning this off, I can see why things aren't kind of like turning out the way I expect them to, and applying a color here doesn't do what I want it to. So I think I'll have to keep that off for a minute while I kind of just try and resolve these real quick. Again, this state, it should be more about like, okay, what does this look like in ambient light? Just the kind of unlit room, kind of just the no direct light, just the atmosphere kind of giving some dimension to the character and the forms. Got nice big ears, all the better to hear you with, my dear. Get some red in those. Near the tips where it's nice and thin and less fur. Charlie gets like crazy red ears, especially when she's like super warm, because I'm pretty sure that that's how she like vents herself from actually overheating and cooking herself. It's just radiating heat through her ears. Like she loves little ear massages, so that like you like kind of grab her ear and it's just like so warm. It's crazy. Okay, and I think I'll have like the fur kind of go more silver at the tips. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when I turn the light conditions back on, right? Like, what will this do when it interacts with these newer, kind of like more detailed colors? It should just enhance them and look nice, but maybe it'll look horrible. Who knows? Who knows? Could be. Fun things to discover. I want that to be a warmer shadow than it is. Okay, so you got a nice big floofy ears. Again, all the better to hear you with, my dear. And then the face, I kind of want to see how far we'll go with this before I turn those lights back on, just to be like, oh, that's what it did. All right, so let's look at the... Okay, so it's reflecting the room. I should do this on a layer above, I think. Got a lot of like wood and stuff to be reflected in the room. The inside of the bonnet is like what I feel like is going to be kind of on display here, on the inside, right? Let's get a little bit more contrast on everything. We got these kinds of like, almost like wrinkles and stuff happening. I think I'll kind of give a hint of that, but we don't need to push it too far. Again, with trap skins, we can really kind of like transform it to anything we want. And I think as long as it kind of gives a hint about where it's related, right? Like the diamond or the gem eye, and its kind of like lurky nature, I think, are kind of like what I'm trying to communicate through this pose. So that I think is probably going to be okay. The fur trim on this bonnet, like, we can push this better. The lighting does some of it, so we'll just add some shadow. Have a bit of a lost edge here even. Seems fine. Get a little bit. There you go. Thingies. Same treatment. Let's kind of just block in the room as a reflection on them. I'm so curious what's going to happen with the light when I turn it on, because we've done a lot without it present, so could end up being horribly, just everything looks terribly bad and wrong, and nothing reads. And that'll be interesting to resolve. Let's see, for example, like this knuckle would have like a reflection of the window, honestly. Same with like the toes here. But then we're gonna get like toe beans, because those are critical. Gotta have toe beans if they're on display. Important stuff. Alright, tail. Same layer as that. We're gonna do some deep texture stuff. So let's grab, I don't know, this brush. And in the core of it where the fur would be kind of facing us, or we're looking at it and the fur might be pointing towards us, we're going to get dark. And we're very quickly going to have that fall off anywhere it's kind of like the fur is going to be angled away from us and stacking visually. So we're not going to be able to see down into the texture. And then the tips of tails, we're going to go lighter. And maybe you have kind of like some stripe activity of some kind. And that's probably enough to, you know, make totally bad and weird once we turn our lighting back on and see how broken this whole thing is. So, let's do that. Let's see what kind of a mess we've created for ourselves. Gonna go up here, gonna go boom. Alright, not bad. And then we're gonna wash it all out. Okay. Could have been worse, right? Like, it's not bad. Turn this back off. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna drop more shadow. Where I think shadow could just help things read a little bit more. Okay, and in fact, we're going to have some light coming off this eye, so let's remove the shadow here. Let's have that have a bit of its own glow. What color of eye does old Granny Wolf have? Maybe a nice purple? A lilac glow. Let's put this all the way up here. Oh, Granny, what a large glowing purple eye you have. Okay, turn this room blaster back on. I mean, it's kind of intense, right? Let me pull that back a bit. Maybe get a little bit of it on these fingies. They're supposed to be all like reflecting. Bit on the toe. Just a little mix of color everywhere, right? Especially in the shadows, right? Just filling in the shadows with like other light sources from alternate angles is like what's so fun and can look really neat when done correctly. Oh, getting a little stiff from drawing intensely all day. Let's take a look at it in grayscale. That's pretty important to resolve. So we need to kind of like actually squint our eyes looking at this and ask ourselves, like, what is struggling to be legible? Like, where do we need to be able to understand what we're looking at, and where is it kind of like taking way too much of our attention? Where is it confusing looking? You know, that kind of stuff. So something that like I need to be like, okay, does this read better in better ways? Is that part of the problem is this washing it out in horrible ways? Because it could be. But like being able to appreciate this in its kind of like full just value structure is kind of like important, I think, to really identifying these things. All right, so we got that. We're going to cast a shadow onto that. And I think we want a shadow cast here as well, but this is going to be across fur, so it's a little bit kind of jumbled. Because different fur bits are poking out in different ways and kind of catching light in different spots. It's blades of grass, right? They're kind of sticking out at different heights and different angles, so they're going to catch the light in different ways. But like in general, fur, like a puff of fur in a beam of light, there's so much surface area, and fur scatters light that like where it's in direct sunlight, it's gonna just be like glowing, right? Because it's just scattering that light. You're gonna get a lot of subsurface scattering too. So the shadow that you get here should actually be kind of like this really, warm kind of just saturated color in the shadows, because that light is kind of bouncing around in that material, and kind of like your wider wavelengths are going to be what kind of like don't get absorbed right away and come kind of out of the material. So you get like these warmer kind of core colors that scatter through and come out of your kind of like immediately falling into shadow under bright light kind of areas. So where you have this fur and there's a nice cast shadow across it, bam, get some nice kind of warm scattered light under there. That'll look nice. There you go. I'll make sure that looks enough like a cast shadow there. Fill this in a bit. Again, it's so much surface area that like you're just gonna get a lot of light all over it, unless it has a strong cast shadow, and then it just eats up that light, and that's fun. So something like that. Hopefully that is clear what it's going for. Maybe it's not, but should look like fur. Hopefully. But again, like where that fur is kind of pointing to us, we can get a little bit of deep texture happening in there. So, and I'm even gonna have it kind of like work its way into the far side of the tail. But like actually, let's actually get it warmer, because we're now scattering. Like it's not even direct light there, it's scattering through the material. So something like that. Hopefully that feels like a furry, fuzzy tail in sunlight. I don't know. I think that cast shadow is maybe a little bit harder to understand what that's trying to signify. So if it would work better without it, I might just get rid of that. Like it might just be better to be like, yep, that's just a big bushy tail in a sunbeam, right? Hmm. Yeah, that wolf is also a Cyclops. So true. Granny Cyclops here. How are you doing, kitties? Don't worry, I won't eat you. I'm a robot. I don't require that kind of nutrition. Don't know what's going on with the claw here. Kind of just doing its own thing, apparently. Uh, let's just get rid of that. And ooh, all right. Grayscale. So little red here is definitely kind of like a little more hidden, but like I kind of want it not to be an immediate read. Like she's not the first thing you spot. That's fine. I just don't want her to be so hidden that it's kind of hard to. Sorry, just saw a message come in. So hard to read that like you don't understand what you're seeing. Obviously, that would be bad. Not ideal. But I don't think it's that right now. Yep. Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf teaming up to catch mice, as it should be. My original kind of like concept, I didn't end up exploring it with the sketch, but it would have been kind of fun, would be to have like Little Red on, like standing on the bed with like a scythe or the axe or something, and like not versus Big Bad Grandma, but like kind of like ready to pounce with like as a team against the mouse or something. I don't know. But like hiding here is good too. I think it works. Um, it's so washed out. But it's got a lot of atmosphere because of it. So like maybe not bad that it is, right? All right. Toe beans. Too powerful. Pull them back a bit, maybe. Like I keep grabbing colors I do not want, and I admit that is a little bit frustrating. And I knew this would happen because of the technique of just like throwing light on top of the entire image, like right at the top layer. It's just what you get. Even when you lock it out, right? You're still gonna end up kind of having to deal with it one way or another. So I'm not like maybe not making the selection of that color, right? But yeah, not making the selection of that color but because it's still influencing how it looks when it gets painted and stuff, it's just kind of not my favorite. It's a bit of a rough way to work. My goodness, why is it like so... This is a normal layer, but it's acting like a glow pass kind of thing. I don't know. At any rate, I knew this was going to be kind of the challenge today by painting this way. Just straight up expecting it to do kind of like weird color shifting, annoying things that I'm like, it's not a fun way to work for me. But more practice with it, honestly, isn't a terrible thing. Okay. Because it's got a lot of power behind it too, right? It's actually really quite... It's got a lot of potential. Yeah, body under the blanket looks slightly flat, and there's only one leg instead of two on the bed. Maybe the leg on the bed could be fake, with the wolf body actually hiding it on the top right. I mean, that was actually some thoughts that kind of went through my head. Yeah, like the way that the checker pattern is does kind of imply that it's like this tiny little form, like a gremlin, just tucked right up here, and then there's a fake foot. So that's kind of fun, actually. But also the trap is like a behemoth compared to the actual like what we're showing. So either way, it's kind of not right. Um, so we could actually change the form. It wouldn't be a small task. So it's kind of one where it's like I should have maybe addressed that better earlier, and kind of made sure this looked a little more filled in. Or like have this drop down more aggressively and have it kind of like still raise up here. I just like the idea of it pulling the blankets up kind of to try and cover its face. And I started with that, but then I didn't necessarily resolve the other forms. And this is something that I noticed, but I didn't necessarily deal with very well. So that's on me. But one quick way that I might be able to fix this be to actually kind of like use this light. And again, it's like the way that I erased to kind of get where I wanted instead of using opacity makes it a little more annoying to kind of tune it. There's a lot of things where I'm like, I could have done this smarter. So let's actually try to fix this just a little bit, because I agree. I think that the form could be a little better. Alright, so this is the top of the bed. Okay, let's think about this. If we want, actually, let's fill it in with more light and then re-erase things. Ah, the foot is on the same layer. Right, because I did this on the group of the entire bed. Like, this whole thing is one, as opposed to going into and dealing with kind of like, this is on the blanket layer, which is the smart way to do it, but, well. Okay. So, technically I should fix the checker. That's probably, instead of doing it where I'm like, I kind of do it halfway. Let's try and do it a little more correctly. All right, we actually have a tool now that is something that Photoshop users are probably going to be quite jealous of. But I can actually grab an entire group of layers. Like, I could grab very, very specific selections of layers or folders and just start using a liquify brush on all of them, and it's brilliant. In Photoshop, it might be better now, but like, I know that when I last tried to be able to do something like this, it was actually the worst tool ever. Like, you can only do it on one layer. You can't see the other layers in relation. You can only kind of like liquify one kind of selection, and like, it's not even on the image itself. You're in some weird interface, and it's just not useful. So then if I drop these down, right, and like still raise up this area, even this part here, and you can like adjust the strength of the brush and the edges of the brush and really customize this to be quite a valued tool. You can even do like animation techniques using this kind of liquefying and puppeting almost. Not that I would recommend doing it that way, but it's sort of possible. All right. Yeah, it's amazing. It's such a powerful tool. Like, the fact that I could grab just pieces of the image. Like, I'll show you how crazy this is. So like, this layer, let's zoom out. This might be a little rough on my processor, but like, I can do it to just parts of the image and like totally ignore everything else. And it's very, very fast. It's crazy. It's super powerful. So, very nice tool. In fact, I will take advantage of that more and kind of like raise the whole blanket. In fact, yeah, no, I'll keep doing it that way. But yeah, it's a very, very useful thing that I don't tend to use so much, but like, there's good reason to have used it in a lot of cases. Now, it's because of the nature of how I'm kind of like moving things. It's very kind of lumpy, but you know what? That actually is working to my advantage for pretty much the first time of using this tool, because having a quilt material, that's kind of what would happen after it's kind of like being used for some time. You wash it, you kind of dry it, the batting gets kind of clumpy and lumpy, and so you get these kind of bumps because each of these are kind of stitched down, puffed up padding. So you actually end up with this happening naturally. So I'm taking advantage of this look here. So a nice heavy quilt to keep Grandma nice and toasty, just as Charlie would want. Yeah, the trap doesn't have the largest torso. That was kind of maybe one of the ideas where I was like, it's not a big deal. But it just does look better if it looks like there's more kind of hiding under the blanket instead of just kind of a weird flat and a just floating foot. I agree. Like, I think I want to make it feel like there is someone hiding under this. Not hiding, just under it. Don't need to be hidden. Okay. Now I'm grabbing the foot. I don't need to grab the foot. Come back to just the bed. Character. Big Bad Wolf. It's in here. And I only need these checker patterns. So now I can lift it all out from behind the toes and not worry about it. Amazing. Amazing. Right? Lift that up quite a bit more. Have those kind of like, because the forms are turning away from us, really, have that kind of just fall away. Yeah, so that's a lot more filled in, right? There's someone under this now. Even do a little bit of that. We're on the far side, it is now flat. Beauty. Okay, now if we give the lighting pass a similar treatment, that's just going to increase that look. And that's so wobbly. So that's just part of the kind of way that I have my brush set up for this. You can potentially avoid this waviness. I'm kind of playing it up even more intentionally because I think that that looks more quilt-like. Okay, so now we have this light beam kind of scattering over our blanket. And we're going to have our cast shadows. We have it coming in kind of from the side, the noggin, the ear, and the slats. Go here, and pretty darn powerful. I'm going to end up pulling it back more. Gentle eraser. I think I'll have that be a little bit softer at the edges. So something like that might be okay. Hopefully that is better than what it was. Kind of forget what it looked like before, but I mean, we could have the other foot poking out somewhere else, but I don't know if it's necessary. Like, yeah, I guess, where is it? It's off here to the side, probably. Could be, right there or something like that. But, yeah, I don't know if it's required to see where that is. It's under the blankets, I think. Ah, yes, the shadow. Had that turned off for quite a while. I was like, something feels off about this. That's a little better with the shadow there. Alright, looking at that grayscale again. Where are we at? What is having difficulty reading, right? Where is our eye drawn to? What do we want people to be looking at? So the contrast here is really intense, and I think it's too intense, right? I don't think that I need people to be like, look at the silhouette of the tail and these wings, more so than these characters here. So I think I need to promote the contrast over at that end near the faces. And pull back a little bit. On the deep shadow against the wall here. Right, because right now my goal is to tell you, the viewer, where I want you to look. Right, that's my job, is to kind of command your attention, if you will. So let's see what this looks like when I kind of like peel back some of that glow in specific places and try to be really careful and selective about it. Because like I don't want to lose this kind of like really interesting haze that this kind of window glow is giving us, but at the same time I need to kind of manage where we're kind of losing the ability to kind of like show you stuff. Alright, so if I go here and I clip this with a brightness layer, can I just lose that edge? Where, like, what layer do I need to do this at? Because we got the light here really wrecking havoc, as expected. Again, issues with kind of working with this technique. It's a lot less control. Okay, so take that edge off. And the deep shadow here, I think I'll just kind of lighten that up so that it just almost vanishes into nothingness. It's there, but it's more subtle. Hopefully. Oh boy, hopefully. I feel like that's gonna look weird. Not so bad actually. Okay. Yeah, actually, interestingly enough, when I was concepting out the piece, because if we look at, the slumbering boulder, it has these long spindly legs, and so one of the reasons I thought of kind of like the Little Red Riding Hood was seeing these four legs in those positions. It kind of made me think of like a four-poster bed. So interestingly enough, these are sort of, I guess we should flip this to be the correct angle. But interestingly enough, those are actually referencing the trap's legs in a weird way. Like I was originally kind of had them a little more spindly, and I might even return to that um, to kind of make them more obviously the feet. But yeah, that's kind of the idea behind that. And like I could do more to justify the kind of like this trap is this by like having these glowing rings and stuff like that or discs. That might not be a bad idea, but that's just kind of something that I was thinking loosely when I was working on the SketchUp of this and trying to explore this concept before I kind of committed to it. Was thinking of kind of like, okay, the trap itself is represented in kind of a lot of parts of this. Like the bedposts are its spindly legs, and then like these feet. Who knows? It's I like the idea that it's actually kind of almost like a fake foot. I don't know. Maybe it is. The whole trap is just this bed, and it comes to life. Mm. Here's the real secret sauce. Is when we make traps and stuff like that. I don't know how it works. What does it do? It looks cool. That's what it do. Um, it's up to kind of like your imagination and also the person implementing it to kind of actually do some kind of description that maybe justifies why it looks the way it does. Yes, the objects in the basket. Before we kind of go too far on and I just suddenly hit a kind of like exhaustion wall. Let's see. What do we want in the basket? What do we want on the basket? What do we want? Basket. Each leg is one of the toes. It could be. Yeah, just kind of put them all together, attach a little toe bean to each of the feet, and just kind of like, yeah, look, it's my individual toes on one foot. Bread and cheese. That was like the first suggestion, and I like it because that's just classic. Just classic. All right, so let's get a nice bread roll. And of course, like cheese would just be the ultimate thing in a mousetrap. Get like a nice kind of more golden crust on the top of this roll. And maybe some nice salt. Or, I don't know, some kind of tasty garnish. on it. It's a nice fine roll. It's got the tasty split as it rises. Get some subsurface scattering. Always makes things a little bit more tasty. Bread roll. Tasty bread roll. Alright, and you're clipped. And you're not clipped. Could it really be cheese, though? Might distract the mice. Bread cheese, and I was thinking a blade from the ambush trap hidden among the food items. Call back to early tactical trap. I do like that. It's just like a mini version of it, I guess, because, I mean, those blades were big. They're big blades. Big old danger. But I like it. I'll put them in. Actually, one of the first commissions I did when I went to art school was actually a Little Red Riding Hood T-shirt for like some kind of random, shirt brand place that was just looking for artists to, make silly shirt designs and then not pay them because they were actually terrible. But one of the first kind of commission pieces that I did in that was, like Little Red Riding Hood kind of character, but she had like a knife in the basket that she was holding, and it was like, she was all dangerous and stuff. It was kind of fun. Shame that it was a bad client, as that, is not an awesome thing to go through, but also a good learning experience about why contracts are important and stuff like that. Okay, so let's move this blanket a bit. Get like a nice cheese wheel behind, I think. Just well, maybe not that color. Start with a cheese. A nice strong cheddar, perhaps. A good sharp cheese. Yeah, that's good enough, honestly. I was like, oh, maybe it'll have a wax layer and all that, but I'm like, no. No, probably not needed. Yeah, sausage roll, kind of like links of a sausage, kind of dangling off the edge. I mean, she's making a picnic, right? Oh, yeah, the cloth covering the items could be like a handkerchief kind of thing. Could be nice. Alright. Not opposed to that. Technically this should be above the roll. So just erase that. Makes it easier to kind of like build up layers correctly. If I do that correctly. Alright. Oh, that is linked. That is Alright. Yeah. Droid feats, they can vary. They tend to come to a relatively sharp point, but not like needle in the way that I tend to do them. Like that's too sharp. But also because we are in this environment, I need them to actually kind of reflect the room around them a bit better. Mouse outside. That was a suggestion early on, so let's go for it. What mouse? What mouse should we have? Like, should we just drop a mouse in here? We could, I guess. Would be a good tactical mouse to throw in here. Cyclops mouse? Is the Cyclops mouse a tactical one? It is. Let's see. Just trying to find where that folder is. Com clearing. The mice in this region might not be sorted quite as well. Sylvan mouse might look better. Assassin mouse. Ooh. That's a classic too. Let's see if I can find her. She's an oldie. Let's see how she looks out in the yard. Just all these mice like ready to attack. Okay, if I do this, I would want there to be like a selection where it can crop it, right? Let's see, selection pen, does this? Yeah, this will work. Boom. Okay. So now, if I scale her up or down, move her around, she's not gonna... What? Oh. Need to not have those move together. Okay, there we go. But yeah, like, see how washed out she is because of the way that the lighting works? I mean, it's kind of interesting. Hello, keep your aspect ratio, please. That's what you're supposed to do. Why doesn't it want to? Keep aspect ratio, you're on. Why? I don't even scale and rotate, sure. There we go. Yeah, face the other way. I agree. How big should we have her? Again, it's like one of those things where I don't want too much contrast from her. Like, I almost think it would work if she's practically just a silhouette. Something like that. I don't know. So like you can't really see her, but you like if you know, you know she's there. Something like that maybe. Again, like the light, this kind of over blasting light on everything just really makes it annoying to kind of deal with this whole illustration. But the things that it does for the illustration is like great, so it's just one of those things where I guess I'll put up with it. But like kind of annoying. But also kind of neat. I don't know. Okay, so let's turn that light back on. So she's there. She's pretty well hidden though. Not bad. She's one of the mice that I have a figurine of her on my shelf. So it's kind of fun to have like a little nod to her elsewhere in the game. But yeah, she's an old one that like I could see getting repainted at some point. It's pretty old art. So if that ever happens, she'll still get to live here in infamy. Plus a repaint of this one, I think it would remain largely the same. It would just be a better looking, pose and anatomy and rendering and lighting and everything. Like it would just be a nicer version of this character. It wouldn't be like a whole new creation, I think. But we're also too busy to do repaints these days, and she's not the highest on the list anyways. Like there's definitely some like looking at it, I'm like, oh, the reading, like being able to see clearly like the cool like hand pose, and there's what is the word that I always use for this? There's like artifacts basically where things are kind of getting in each other's way in terms of how legible it is, and like it just does not read clean. It's not a good presentation. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, so The tail and the fins have kind of gone back a little bit. They're still a little powerful for me. So I'm gonna do a quick layer over top, much like this, to knock it back to be a little more subtle. And the hand here, I think I do want more contrast down in the fingies. Just use a brightness layer for that, maybe. Just to make sure that those are like, oh, I see what those are. I couldn't tell before because they were just not clear. Get some fingernails going on. Get some autosave going on. You know? So that's more clear with those claws popping out, right? I think that's helpful. I think that's good. Now, do I want, like, knuckle segments in this to be like, oh yeah, it's still like this robotic thing, right? I think so. Sure. It's another layer, and if we decide we don't like it, we can get rid of it. Digital painting. Ain't it swell? Cool. Okay, so that suddenly it's like, okay, I can kind of maybe make out that it's like got these robot thingies, and it's a little creepy, and that's good. Let's look at that in grayscale again. What do we need to adjust? Maybe the wall back here can just be a little bit darker. Just knock that back ever so slightly. That washed out. That's crazy. How powerful that light is. Like, I just painted straight up black over that. Man. That's very powerful light. Ah, well. Ah, well. Alright, let's see. Don't forget to adjust the toenails. Yeah. Good point. They don't read very good. Like, the toes in general are so sloppy here. Like, what's going on here? What is this? What? Granny, you gotta trim them toes. They're powerfully vicious. Why? Oh my gosh. The like having to deal with these different shades are ah, I really do not enjoy. Okay. It's locked. It shouldn't interfere. Don't get it. Alright. Well, what is interfering? These shouldn't be. Okay, that's fine now. Alright. Grandma, your toes are crazy. Let's fix your toes. Sometimes roughing in details is not worth the speed. Sometimes it's better to just kind of render it appropriately the first time. Okay. That is a normal layer, huh? Alright. It's at least a little better. Tone the toe beans down a bit. Let's get the shadow between the toes a little better. The deep shadow right there against the surface. Sure. Let's get the top of the toe a little bit lighter. Right? Again, like, the goal for an illustration should be actually about making it read legibility. So that's better. Let's tune this. Man. Really made this hard on myself by kind of the way I tackled the lighting. One day I will actually be like, yes, I will listen to myself when I say this is not an easy way to do this and there are better ways. Because I always say that when I start doing a piece using this kind of a method, and then I often have to pivot out of the sake of it being a more logical way to render it. There's good reasons for that. Okay. Should be things turned back on. Let's just go through the layers and make sure I'm not kind of missing anything important. Okay. Bonnet. I think the hood, or the actual bonnet material, I think I need to knock that down more. This is not it. That's it. So I was thinking it's like a pink. Little strawberry kind of color. I like light muted strawberry, but that's a bit too much. That looks a little better. Okay. Would you want a picture frame hanged on the cabin wall? We could do something like that. I was thinking of an axe as well. Because that could be fun. The hunter's axe on the wall. Maybe the edge of the pillow is catching a bit of light too. Just the edge. And even then, I think that would cause a bit of this kind of like bounce light glow here. Nice and subtle. But because it's like such a bright light bouncing off of something that's a lighter color, it's gonna really kind of fill in some shadow areas. Okay, yeah, I think we'll do something on the wall. If I did a picture frame, then it's like, okay, I get to illustrate another picture in a picture, and that's maybe running on a bit long. So maybe we don't do a picture, because that could just be asking for a lot more work, which might not be ideal. But an axe could be good. Woodcutter's axe. Let's see. Put that on the layer above. Okay. Okay. Now I'm a little tempted to make it my big axe from axe throwing, but that's not ready yet. But I guess it could be the idea of what I want it to become. it's also like I haven't finished making it, and I don't know what I actually want to do with it for it to get there. But I want to like do some artwork on the axe head itself. Probably use Purple Heart as the wood scales because that's like one of my favorite woods to use for handle work. Yeah. I'm actually doing a Purple Heart plus bamboo big axe handle for a friend before I end up doing that on my own, likely. Because timeline stuff. I don't need my big axe. I have another one, but a friend of mine wants me to make this a handle for her, and it should be pretty fun. So that's kind of the idea behind this. Combination of woods. Not sure if I'll do the bamboo for mine. Might be hickory, but I have been curious about how good bamboo might be for an axe handle. I want to run experiments, so. Yeah, Purple Heart's a really cool wood. I just picked some up the other weekend from a place called Exotic Woods, and I got like a big slat of it cut into like 3 parts, which I can use to make scales for quite a few axes. But the cool thing is, it's like when I got it, it was really faded, and I was like, oh no, this is being overexposed to UV, and I'll have to like sand it down to get to the color I want. Hopefully, I have enough material to reveal that when I sand it. But when I was talking to one of the people that works there, being like, okay, how much am I gonna have to sand off to get to that kind of like good color? And he revealed that actually I need to expose it to UV to kind of get it to that first. But obviously you don't overexpose it, because one of the things about Purple Heart is if you keep it in UV, it's actually going to turn into a brown. And that I knew about, and I've run like tests to see just how bad it is. But yeah, if you have your kind of Purple Heart and it's kind of like a little bit gray still, you can kind of like have it in a window getting that kind of UV light, like UVA or whatever. And that's kind of the UV exposure you want to give it to like get those purples to kind of come out. But then you want to seal it before it gets more UV, especially like direct outdoor exposure, because that is where it turns into the kind of crappy brown. You don't want that. Nice. Okay, so that's kind of the look for the handle I'm probably going to make for myself at some point. On my big axe, throwing axe, get like a little more curve than usual, because I need a better rotation on my handles, so I can stand closer to the target when I throw. Alright, so that, I'm going to give another layer for kind of a nice polish shine. So I like to oil and wax my handles and buff them up, and you can get some really good glossy shine on it from that. Let's see. It also needs to be kind of like held in place by something, probably. Kind of tempted to make it like a wrought iron thing, blacksmithed into existence. Yeah, let's do that. So you have kind of like maybe something like that. I don't know. Good enough. I should have done that on a layer above. Alright. That's quite the distracting purple. maybe it's not the right color for this piece. Yeah, I think I'll adjust that. It's neat, but let's do a tonal correction hue. Blue's kind of nice. Darken it all. There you go. Just like a nice, rich, warm, polished wood. Maybe a hint of purple, just for me. Okay, and then the axe head itself. The axe head that I'm going to be working on is one that I rescued from like an antique show, like a tool show, and it's very pitted. It's got a lot of cleanup I ended up doing on it, um, like rust and stuff, so it's going to have that kind of crunchy texture to it, which is cool. I like it. Yeah, I plan on like doing engraving and all kinds of cool stuff, but I don't really know what. So I think for now, well, I suppose I could just explore something here even. I'll probably end up doing metal inlays and fun stuff like that. This is like a side detail for this like image I'm working on, so I really shouldn't make it super distracting. There you go. Just a subtle hint of it. And I think I'll get just a little bit of this. We'll do a glow dodge. Glow dodge is a really nice layer effect for metals, in my opinion. You can get some really good metallic kind of like interactions that are just delightful. So it's fun to experiment with those at least. See what comes out of it. Especially like your alloys that like to reflect particular wavelengths, like gold and brass and stuff that just are like a color of metal, can get some really convincing looking details like that. Alright. We need to cast shadow on the wall from the axe, otherwise it's just weirdly floating in space and kinda doesn't seem correct. It's light is coming from bounce shadows in the room, so those are coming from all kinds of angles. So we're actually going to be getting really, really, really soft shadows, because it's like the whole room is hitting it with light from all kinds of angles, and so none of it has like a sharp edge. And it's just kind of hazily there, but because of the metal, we're going to still get this reflection that's picking up like a mirror. These kind of the back of the room behind us, which is lit up from sunlight or whatever, right? Same with kind of like the waxy kind of, you know, reflection on the handle to show, oh, it's nicely polished. And yeah, it's got these purple notes in it for some reason. Is that a purple heart wood? Ooh, lovely kind of thing, right? Hopefully that's working in that way. I think so. But like if it's reflecting the ceiling, unless the ceiling's lit up, you know, it's not gonna give us those light sources. So that's the idea behind that axe. There you go, that's my big axe that I one day will be throwing in League. Good fun. I just need to finish making the whole thing. I have the axe head, haven't done the art on it, haven't made the handle. So, cool. Alright, I feel like we're getting there. And I feel like I've been working on it long enough that I'm not certain I'll be able to kind of like discover the last bits that are going to be holdouts for making this look good. Oh, geez, nearly 5 o'clock. Okay, let's flip it. Anything stand out that's like, ew, gotta fix that. Let's look at it in grayscale. I mean, it's better, right? It's not terrible. There, we could do like a detail on the basket, kind of handkerchief, little pattern thing going on. Let's see. All right. The wolf's tail to be embossed too. Tail of the wolf could look more 3D. I think, yeah, like back here needs deeper shadows, like down at the bottom for sure. All right. Yeah, I think that might be something that I can kind of come back to with fresh eyes to really appreciate how to get that to nail, like to look right. Because like I want it to be this like silver tip on the tail, um, and just might not kind of land it at this juncture. But that's not too far off, I guess. Anything else? Anything else while we're still here? Because I think I'm getting close to being like, all right, time to wrap up. That's all, folks. Bottom of the post, I think, has too much light in it. Same with the floor behind it. Yeah. Okay. Perhaps with how the tail is here, I might actually want a little bit, like a hint that, so I'm hitting the tail with light. It's tough. Whoop. Go. Nah, that doesn't work. Not as well as I thought it might. Ooh, okay. Well, I think that we're at that stage where it's like, all right, I think we've kind of explored as much as we're practically going to on a live stream. Um, save this before I start closing things and close the wrong thing by accident. There we go. All right. So let's bring this over here so we can appreciate. Look at that. There's a little gap in my camera view. Oh well. I'm going to pop out the time lapse and just enjoy. Suppose I could actually move this. It covers up more. All right. Well, let's close out. Put that to all. And I can blow that up a bit. And we can watch an old experiment. I think, did we? Yeah, I think we did this on like live stream. So it's not like, ooh, look at this new base that is totally being created and we're going to have. It was something that uh, I'd started and I believe it was live. And we just kind of shifted directions, just didn't end up kind of liking the final result and ended up doing like the printing press base instead. Um, but yeah, I suppose actually maybe we'll make this kind of more front and center. But I guess we get to go through watching this one last time here. Yeah. But, okay, so today was an interesting challenge. It was definitely not my favored technique in terms of leaving a light pass overlay on top, but like it was so important to get that resolved earlier so I could build off of it. What might have been better is if I took the time to break it down into the layers below it, but even still, there is this kind of like thing that I needed for the whole piece, which was that band of light coming through the window and like washing out everything. So it was kind of hard to not even just work on this piece without dealing with that struggle of kind of like, grabbing the wrong color, grabbing the wrong color. Um, so, I mean, I could have built it up and then finally kind of blast it with the light, or just left that off for a lot of it. It's fine. But yeah, that's kind of the trick of like when you're doing a scene as opposed to just like a single character where like the lighting and stuff can be kind of like built up at the end. A scene, you kind of need to establish the lighting as a whole and kind of like balance around that. And that's what I largely was working on today. Uh, and I don't know, a lot of it's still kind of sloppy. Man, put a lot of work into this, huh? Like this base is still going. And I'm like, yeah, no, we spent a lot of time painting this today. All right, here we go. So you can see the idea with the leg posts there for the bed, right? Kind of put those relatively somewhat close to where the traps are, and the face is kind of in the same spot-ish. The angle is similar-ish. So if you kind of laid them over top each other, you can kind of see where that's going, where that's coming from. Base I drew in 2023. Any plans to release in Folklore Forest finale? No, I don't. I don't think that that's gonna be one that we use. It was like the concept was to be basically the printing press based. Just it worked on a kind of like a different named kind of resource, but we ended up kind of liking the printing press concept more, and it fits the kind of like the Myth Weaver's writing themes and stuff like that. So it just changed direction because it just worked better. Um, so no, I don't expect that we'll end up using that. Although I did put some kind of like good progress into it, and it's not a terrible design. Like the wishing well was kind of the idea, right? Where you'd kind of like have this maybe coin or something that it eats or something, who knows. All right, we're having some fun light lessons. early kind of blasting the room, just seeing how kind of building up that atmosphere works here. Cast shadows, all kinds of fun stuff. Some bounce light. I think I'll probably come back and do better bounce light on some of it. Like I think the trim on the quilt could be a little better. I kind of almost want to put a little bit more texture into the quilt as well. It feels very kind of like under considered. Um, but yeah. Yeah, like the bounce light I'm not too stoked with. Um, it does get better, but like because the quilt is these kind of like little pockets of kind of padding and stuff. Oh, Charlie's appeared and under the bed. Um, I think I could have more light kind of wrapping around those forms, and it'd look nice. You know, a little kind of evidence that these are actually puffed fabrics as opposed to just kind of like one smooth blanket with a printed pattern. Yeah, the wishing well idea was fun. I also liked it. But yeah, I don't know that we have kind of the thing to do with that currently. That I mean, maybe I'll remind Norm of kind of like that design idea if there's anything that we like to turn it into. But we already have plans for what we're kind of creating in that kind of reward space and the equipment. Oh, there's like the liquiding of the material. It's pretty cool to see that happen quickly. It just it's growing. Yeah, that's neat. And kind of redid the light on that. Knocked the shadow back in. Got some tasty lunch in the basket there. Threw the assassin in the background because we could. A little Easter egg for people. And just kind of like cleaning up some details here. So again, I think that there's things that I will be kind of like tuning on this. It's not perfect. Not that perfect is the goal, of course, but it's like I think that actually this could be a little nicer. This could balance better. This could read better. So I'll play around with that. But overall, I think we got really pretty far, like to the point where it's like I don't even know what I want to tweak on this. There we go. So that's where we're at today. It's basically I need to step away from it and take a fresh look at it. And here, let's enjoy it in the actual kind of like direction that we should be viewing this in, right? As it will appear to us. But yeah, like there's lots of things that I'll probably do minor tweaks on, but it won't take long. It's just kind of like little kind of, oh, just touch that up and then upload and move on to the next piece. But I'll do that Monday morning. Yeah, so that's the stream. I hope you enjoyed hanging out and being a part of this process. Hey, no, it's fun. I want to do more of the initial kind of like tossing little Easter eggs in for people. I might shove like a wad of gum onto the edge of the bed, just because. Yeah, it's fun. Like I like adding in little hints and little teasers for people to discover, or a little kind of like, I was here thing to prove that you could be like, hey, zoom in on this, check it out. I helped shape this thing, and I think that's like unique thing and super cool and something that MouseHunt really is kind of truly special because we want you all to be like a part of this creation and the shaping of this game that we all love. And yeah, so I think that's that. I'm gonna definitely kind of like head out and rest up. And I look forward to seeing how this looks come Monday morning, and just kind of like getting an idea of kind of like, okay, that's so close, but if I do this little tweak, it's really going to get where I wanted it. But I think it's close enough to that, so that's good. Should be pretty doable. But again, thank you so much for hanging out, and I'm going to share a Larry link with you all again, in case you missed it. Copy and paste. It next Friday, I believe, will be Dave, but we shall see. We usually kind of determine it at the start of the week, and we usually try to kind of like go every other week. But yeah, it'll probably be Dave unless there's plans that get in the way. But yeah, should be Dave next week. I'll see you in 2, probably. But until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and happy hunting, everyone. I shall catch you later. Bye for now. Bye.